tuned into the Theist Helpline. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are, in alphabetical order, Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological academic biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Purton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described middle-aged college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and Christianity and the knowledge of the history surrounding it. Mubarak Abu Sharifa is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands, inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. The epistemological conversations with believers are loosely based on the atheist experience with a slightly different approach. The hosts engage with only one person per episode and endeavor to be non-confrontational. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist.
Oops.
Advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the visionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing, but are not: helping people by providing affordable housing. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. I see I've got to bring a few people up, and I wonder if Peter or Amy had anything new they wanted to add before we got started with our audience.
Just want to say that today is the day, Randolph. I feel it. We're going to be converted.
Converted or convinced?
Both in and of them same.
Oh, I'm not that confident, but it's sad that we don't have Mubarak today. He had a really tough show yesterday. If people are interested, go and check it out on Ross' channel. How the Quran isn't all that scientific. It was pretty painful.
Quran isn't scientific?
So yeah, I'm going to have a chat with this guy. I think Mubarak invited him over. He's got some really new ideas considering science in the Quran, things that I haven't heard before. So I'm looking forward to having a chat with this guy. And we can use cameras. We can use cameras for the first time. I didn't know that.
So Skyfox, welcome. Thank you for having an interest. We'd love to hear your view on this. I've tried to invite you onto the stage, so I noticed that you entered the queue. So I guess Skyfox is running into some technical issues with trying to get onto the stage, but I'll try to bring another invite up to bring them on. you're invited to join us. I guess recently on Twitter, the abortion topic seems to be coming up again and again, and one of the anti-abortion people has accused me of being biased toward reality, as if that's a bad thing. So I wrote back to him, guilty as charged. What about all of you? Are all of you biased to reality like me?
Pretty much. By the way, Skyfox is back if you want to pull him up.
Yeah, Skyfox, we'd love to hear from you.
I do have a bias towards reality. Hopefully, we all do, but obviously, if you're thinking you're talking to a god, you should come on and talk to us.
Hey, Peter, all the abortion controversy in the U.S. that's going on right now, is that having really much impact in the Netherlands? You're on a different continent, so I'm curious.
We're on
Skyfox, by the way, has just indicated that they can't join us. Sorry, just a sec. Skyfox has just indicated they can't join us. Anybody who would like to join us, feel free. We'd love to have you up here. Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so we're on a completely different plane, I think, when it comes to that. I mean, it's bodily autonomy, and we have that, and we have that also in euthanasia. So we're far ahead of what is currently going on in the U.S., and it's abhorrent to see the ramifications that it's having on people, because if you have to have an abortion for medical reasons and you can't get one, that is pretty horrific. And I've seen some really awful cases already, and I'm really hoping that people will remember in 2024. Because we've seen this on the last election in the U.S. Younger people are going to vote more, and that's probably not going to bode well for those who are now trying to ruin their society by pushing their beliefs on other people. I mean, this should be a decision that the one who's pregnant is allowed to make. No one else has a right to butt into that. The only thing that I would say is that if people are choosing for an abortion, they have to have some really good counseling before they take the procedure. So, and that's what we have here in the Netherlands. And that pretty much takes away most of the problems. You can't rule out all of the problems, but that is with pretty much every decision you make in life. So I'm hoping that the US gets past that and joins everyone else in the 21st century pretty soon.
I think very specifically over here, we're having like the last hoo-ha of the religious fundamentalist of the Puritans that have been trying to make a handmaid's tale over here for a long time. And so you have to counter all of that. We need to point out why it is good to have a secular society and a separation of church and state. And yeah.
Yeah, here in Canada, it's never been outlawed. There are the conservative politicians want to, but even among people who identify as conservative in the voting, there's less than 40%. I was reading like 39% are in favor of abortion. So that means that 61% are not wanting that from the Conservative Party. So we're going to bring up Rikitik as soon as everybody else is finished. Good morning, Ix. We haven't heard from you. If you just want to say hello before I bring them up.
Yeah, I'll just say on the subject of the abortion issue, for anyone who thinks that it's like a core issue for your evangelical Christian faith to be against this, You might call this, historically irrelevant if you think your position is secularly justified now, but you should be interested to do some research into the fact that Jerry Falwell and several other evangelical mega preachers lost their ability to keep their segregated, white-only, racist charter schools funded by the government in the courts. They switched their focus to the issue of abortion because they teamed up with a mostly all Catholic movement called the New Right. And they promised to basically convince evangelicals that it wasn't just for Catholics to be pro or anti-abortion. And at that time, the Methodists and other congregations of evangelical Christians had no interest in blocking abortion. They even said that it should be considered not a sin to have abortions. It was considered a Catholic-only issue. But Jerry Falwell and others converted about 15% of the Republican base into far-right, anti-abortion, and culture war-focused voters. And that's the history of it. Look it up. The history of evangelical anti-abortion activism is the history of white segregationist racism, to go back far enough.
Thank you, X. Rikatik, thank you for joining us. I hope I'm saying your name correctly.
Yeah, that's fine. You can call me Rick as well. Yeah, I'm also from the Netherlands, like Peter, and I'm not a theist, so you don't need to help me. But maybe I was just thinking about, like, now currently there in the Netherlands, it's I think a law just passed, or they're about to pass, that we allow euthanasia for children under 12.
Yeah, that's
so maybe
correct.
that's an interesting topic as well. We probably, I don't know, like maybe Peter knows, but I don't know if we're the first country to do this, or
I think we might at least be one of the first. I saw it pop up in the news earlier this week, and
which is
it's going to be a thing that a lot of people will want to talk about. So having had a few friends that sadly had a terminal disease. One of them was not under 12, but pretty young. I think, as I said, provided that you have good counsel, and that goes in when it comes to kids under 12, that means you need to have counsel for the entire family. But I still think it is a good thing. I mean, I've seen some of my friends suffer for a long time.
It's only like a handful of cases each year that are so severe, and where this is sort of discussed as an option. It's not like, wow. I think like Americans, if they hear about this, or like conservative people, they kind of have an idea like, oh, they're just taking out kids.
They will usually jump. They will usually jump to the most ridiculous scenario. So one of the arguments that I see coming is, well, so if a kid is depressed, then now they can have euthanasia.
Yeah,
that is not how this works, because that is probably not ever going to happen.
No, but and the same for old people as well.
Yeah, it's a tactic people that are against it are going to use, and so I'm already prepared for seeing those messages. As I said, I think it's a good thing, provided that obviously that there will be good counseling, and that there would be some psychological test going ahead of it by people who know what they're doing. So.
I don't know if there's a lot of like psychological tests that they're doing, but they do need a lot of consent from all parties that are involved. So you need consent, I think, from the doctor. You need consent from the parents, and you need consent from the child itself.
Yeah, but I think that there's also should be at least some kind of evaluation of the situation and why they choose
yeah,
to have
that's the doctor's sort of role in this. The doctor can actually make an assessment if this is like necessary or if this is a good thing. If it's even an option. So I don't think like parents and kids can come with their own sort of like recommendations, like, yeah, we want to off our kids. That's not how it works. So
yeah, and I also think so. I have no clue what it's called in English, but we also have people who guide people that want to end their life, called stervensbegeleider. I don't know if you've heard about it, Rickety.
Yeah, and I think it's just end of life counselor.
Yeah, one of my friends who used to be a singer and a radio presenter is currently doing that line of work, which is extremely hard on a person. But
yeah.
Unless I don't know if you've heard. I don't know if you've heard of him. Ruud Hermans. He used to work for KRO Radio. He had a country show.
I'm not that much into country or radio, so no. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I will say this. I don't think that being a serial killer is the is a really good criteria to use for that. People who are able to switch off their empathy would be probably better suited for that.
Well, yeah, yes.
But thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming.
I don't have a good question for the call-in show now. But I thought it was a good topic.
It was a good topic to bring up. So thanks for that, Rickety.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it bringing it up.
I look forward to talking with you again. Take care.
All right. Thank you.
Skyfox, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
What's up, buddy? Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure to bring people on. What's on your mind?
Is this specifically about the header? Does a god or goddess exist? Is that what it says? I can't see
that is the main focus, but as you can hear, we are covering other topics as well because this isn't the only thing that theists are interested in.
Okay. I do have a pro-life argument, but it's actually not from a theistic worldview. So I would like to ask another question.
Sure. Could you turn up your volume a little bit?
Is that maybe better? Yeah. Okay.
Much better.
Far from my my device.
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay.
That's much better.
So yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, so my question is essentially, I was in a VC in this very server, politics Discord, with an atheist. I believe he was an atheist. I won't name him because I don't want to, expose, him or give him.
That's okay. Yeah, that's quite nice. Yeah.
But he mentioned and he listed off something came up about moral objectivism, right? And I had always assumed, I'm kind of a layman, right? I've always assumed that was more of the theist position, that there's objective morals and, metaphysics or whatever, right? But he mentioned all of these atheists that are moral objectivists, and obviously they don't believe in God. So I was wondering if you guys any of you are moral objectivists, or if you would kind of know their position to maybe explain it in a simple
I'm a
term.
moral objectivist.
Yeah.
So most academic philosophers are atheists. It's like 70%, and most academic philosophers are moral realists or objectivists. So they believe in objective morality without God. There's lots of different versions of this: Platonic realism, a priori abstracts. My preferred version is moral naturalism. That morality is like a feature of the physical world, physical natural world, just like anything else. I like the law of physics model. So it's just morality is like a law of physics, like any other. There's lots of different ways to frame it, but any object that exists in reality could be a grounding of a moral kind of an object. And so it's no different than like God's nature is what grounds morality in the theist worldview. We just think, well, no, it's just something in nature, like a law of physics.
Another way to think about it would be something like game theory. Do you understand how game theory is applied to people defecting or cooperating, like being nice to each other or betraying each other in a cooperation potential situation, like a game?
No, not at all.
Okay, so there's a mathematical discipline called game theory where you try to solve for a given game what are the strategies which are going to win or lose, especially ones that are controversial because they betray the other players in some way. And what happens is that you find out that there are implications that predict under naturalism and natural selection and evolution what strategies organisms likely took in order to get to the point where they're at because it won. It was a winning strategy. One of those things is like, why do herd animals have such huge populations and why are they so predominant in the earth? Well, they outnumber the predator populations by a large margin. And it's not just because of like food imbalance, right? It's because they're a winning strategy, more so than the predator strategy. If you have a big group and you're really nice to each other, mathematically, it works out, even on paper, that you're likely in some abstract sense to have that group become more prevalent in their genetics than the groups that don't cooperate. So this is one of the things that leads people to like moral naturalistic positions. Whether you think it's physics or you think it's game theory or whatever, you could just think that there are features of the world that make certain moral concepts naturally successful strategies that organisms are going to pursue.
I don't think that's true. So evolutionarily, that's subjective morality. If evolution is the cause of objective morality, it's subjective. So objective has to be true, independent of evolution.
So gazelles be min-maxing?
Well, in the sense that it's not the evolutionary state of affairs that makes it moral, it's the winning game theoretic math that makes it successful. So it would be moral even if no organisms had evolved it yet. Like we could predict some moral strategy in the future that's better than any of the ones that are currently used, even if nothing had evolved that way to this date.
I don't think that qualifies as moral naturalism. I think that's still subjectivism. That's still not, there is some objective truth of morality there.
Okay. It also depends on whether or not you're going for an absolute definition. So some concepts of morality hold that there are some elements of morality which are naturalistic, like quasi-realism isn't saying that the entire moral statement is real, but it's saying that there's a large part of the statement which is real and the rest is projected to appear real.
And if I could just say that you were asking, well, don't basically all atheists have to be subjective moralists? And the answer is no. Morality can be detached from these concepts of atheism and theism. I know that many theists view this dichotomy as if you are an atheist, you are a subjectivist. If you are a theist, you are a moral realist, but they're actually separate, and you can have a widespread spectrum, whether you're atheist or theist.
Okay, great. That's all, guys. That's all I have to say. Well, I do have one more thing. I would recommend that you try to get Not Fox up here because that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, we spoke with Not Fox before the show started, and he did say he was interested, had some question for us. Thank you very much, Sky Fox, for joining us. Did we answer your question today?
Absolutely. Thank you guys as well. Peace be
Okay.
warning.
Have a wonderful day. Hello, Seraphim. We're bringing you up. Thank you for taking an interest in this show. Welcome, and how are you today? You are muted. Your microphone has a cross through it, which means that it's in mute mode.
Oh, their server muted. They cannot unmute themselves.
They're
Now they
unmuted now.
Try it now.
Okay, yes, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I just turned off the server mute function there.
Alright, thank you. I just wanted to tell TJump to go to the gym and to let me know how much he can bench when he goes to the gym. Thank you.
I do 225 for reps.
How much reps?
225 for reps.
1 reps?
No, like for reps, like 8 to 10.
Oh, 4 rep. Okay, good. Alright, keep it up, bro. All ATs should go to the gym, okay? That'll cure your depression, guys. Thank you.
No. Gym
Thank
does
you,
not cure
sir.
depression. So actually,
Of course it does.
no, I went to the gym and I actually lost 200 pounds because I used to weigh 340. Did nothing for my depression. Had absolutely no effect. I had like jacked, ripped six-pack abs. I can max out the machine over 300 pounds on the ab machine. Did nothing for my depression. What cured my depression was sex with Instagram models. True story.
Woohoo!
Yo, I'm virgin gang, so no sex for me. I'm keeping myself clean till marriage.
Hey, that's
So-
your lifestyle. You get to
Why is
choose
that?
totally fine.
Because I just think it's like better for me because I don't want to like. Well, I don't want to
Okay.
like treat women as like fuck girl, or the other thing is I don't want to end up like, having a girl pregnant and she has to get an abortion and murder a kid.
Are you religious?
Yes.
Earthim, you can
Anyways.
shower after sex. That probably does the trick.
Anyways, that's all I wanted to ask. So thanks for letting me in.
Yeah, no
Hey,
problem.
one quick question. Oh, I was going to ask, but that's okay. We'll bring up our okay, Seraphim, come back up. I was just curious. Why do you think that exercise is a cure for depression?
Well, I think gym is. So first of all, like I think gym is very good for self-confidence, and I think confidence can lead you into many things that will help cure your depression.
That is
A
very
lot of
true.
people, I think, a lot of people, I think, the reason why they're depressed is because they're lonely, or they just don't know how to speak to people in general. And having that type of confidence by going to the gym will help them do so much things in their life that will actually help them to have a better social life. Like, I don't think it's a magic pill, right? But I think it's pretty freaking good to help you just have more confidence in yourself and therefore like have more things
I
to do.
think
in life.
you should look
Okay.
into the topic a bit more because
Yeah.
it's
Well, no,
not,
he's right. He's
just
absolutely 100% right.
loneliness.
He's 100% right.
It's
That
not
most
just
people.
It's not just loneliness that
Well, he
is
didn't say it
causing
was
depression.
just loneliness. He said most. So he's right that
It's
a
also not
large
most.
portion of people with depression can be helped with exercise. Exercise releases endorphins. It does build confidence. And so a large percentage of the people with depression can be helped by doing exercise. It doesn't work for everybody. Like it did nothing for me. And so it's not a fix-all. And as he said it wasn't the magic pill. He admitted that. And so that's very, very intellectually honest of him. But the research does show that exercise can help a large percentage of people with depression. And so it is good advice for people with depression to try and exercise because there is a better than random chance that it can help improve their lives, but it will not work for everyone.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
So
That
I
is
still think
correct.
that getting professional help is probably the best. I don't know. We're getting an echo from someone. I don't know who that is, but
So,
so
yeah,
I think
was-
professional help is still the best thing to go.
Certainly. There is, that's my understanding is consistent with T-Jumps that this works for a large contingent of people who do have to cope with depression. But there are different causes. So what you're saying, it's great that it's worked for you or for people you know who it is the right solution. But there are other reasons people can be depressed, and some of it can be having to do with diet. If for example, if somebody has really low iron levels, which is revealed by a blood test, and any good doctor who is encountered somebody with this is going to do blood work to find out if it is a problem, if that is one of the causes, or to rule it out. Then of course you need to change your diet. This is something that happens a lot with people who make an extreme sudden change to vegetarianism or veganism, for example. This is not uncommon, and the problem is if your iron levels get too low, like it starts to cause anxiety, and anxiety causes the depression. So there's different things like that. So it's good that you're saying it's not a magic pill. I agree with T-Jump that's a very important point that you made. So that's really good.
Yeah, I think also like you said, like depression can be caused like I don't think it's only because of lack of confidence. Like for example, like it can be like having an addiction that may sound stupid to other people, but to yourself it's like the end of the world. Like I think many things can cause depression, almost like probably everything depending on the person. Like playing too much video game can cause depression, smoking too much can cause depression, drinking too much can cause depression. I mean, kind of everything. But yeah, I don't think there's like a magic pill. I think one of the great thing to do, like to cure depression. Is just you have to focus on yourself and not
Self-confidence can be is more of a side effect. Overconfidence can be another side effect of depression as well.
Oh yeah. Anyways, so thank you for having me on, guys, and have a good day.
Put in 2 other suggestions. My joke used to be that I would buy every depressed person a kitten. However, there's actually something to be said about having, if you are lonely, about getting another organism, because actually having to take care of them and give love and them give love back to you also helps with that. And I hate to be the Joe Rogan. Once again, you should always do this with experts. But there has been some small studies that show that mushrooms have an effect on certain forms of depression. If you are paranoid, it actually can worsen it. So if you don't have a paranoid type of depression, there's the Joe Rogan advice.
I mean, I think it's true. What Amy just said is true, because I knew a person that was like always alone. The only person he would see was his son, and like he would see him like once a week. But him having like a plant just gave him a purpose in life, and it helped him like very like a lot in the sense of like his depression, because he kind of had a small purpose. Like he had a reason to wake up in the morning, apart from like just him living. You know, having a plant taking care of you.
I get you. Makes sense.
Yep, and the point with the animals, it is therapeutic, indeed. These kind of relationships people have with them. There was, thank you for joining us, by the way. I remember there was some study done where they had prisoners looking after animals, and they had found that this had a really good outcome for most of them. I don't know if it was 100%, but I know a lot of them had really it changed them, and I think. Part of the reason for that, though, there may be a bias there of it being too many people, the environment is already pretty rotten. So any kind of relief, having some kind of animal that you don't have to worry about watching your back all the time in such an environment might work better, because prison environments are notoriously horrible. But as far as the mushrooms go, Amy, I'm kind of thinking, isn't that more of a Jordan Peterson thing than a Joe Rogan thing?
He may have suggested. Joe Rogan is known for saying that everyone should try DMT, and while DMT may have some good effects, I can actually say with a moderate level of authority that there have been some studies where mushrooms have severely helped with depression.
It's very good in the literature on addiction. So like if it's very good on the literature on addiction. Like there's a consistent result with people trying to fight addiction being helped by doctors or shamans or whatever, and just breaking heroin habits better than any other intervention that exists. So it can do a lot of things, but have medical advice. There's actually doctors, in case people don't know this, there are doctors that'll help you take a number of previously considered illegal drugs in a healthy, structured way. One of them is ketamine. Ketamine is the largest effect ever discovered on suicidal ideation, treatment-resistant depression. In other words, the worst of the worst, the hardest to treat. So talk to doctors about ketamine if you're really, really severely depressed to the point of suicidal thoughts.
Yep, and then there's also another example that would be that's kind of related is the safe injection sites, where we have many, many cases here in Canada where the safe injection sites have actually resulted in people getting off the drugs they were addicted to. And the approach that's used is that there's no pressure to get people off of the drugs when they're there, but then they're seeing all these people around, because many of them are people who used to be drug addicts, and they're suddenly realizing, hey, I want to clean up my life and get better, and then they ask for help, and there's signs around there indicating that they can get all this help, but there's nobody lecturing them or anything, and the outcomes are actually quite good, and some of them get interviewed on the news sometimes, and they're talking about how their experience went with that, and the only thing they wish they did was engage in that earlier and get started on that path earlier. But what's understood about this is people don't want to quit. It's going to be much, much more difficult to get them off of it unless they're in a situation where they're more willing. So, Captain Perrywelk, thank you for joining us. Oh, sorry, X, did you have something you wanted to respond to with me on that?
No, that's it. You said it very well.
Captain Perry Wilk, I see your microphone is.
Yep.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Good. I wanted to ask about the Quran. It hasn't been changed. There hasn't been like any major changes in like for over 1,400 years. I'm not a Muslim, but how would you explain like the lack of change and the lack of yeah, I guess the lack of change from like a atheist perspective?
One guy.
There is an exception.
One guy took all the different copies, he burned them, made a centralized
Yes.
copy, and then made it illegal to change it and killed anybody who did. That's how.
And
So I was right about the preservation culture.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the people who resisted him were like some of the most respected scholars at the time of the Quran recitation culture that they had. And they said there were very significant differences. They pointed out what some of the differences were between the different versions. And they said they would never accept the new official Quran because it was incorrect.
Is there like a source I could read? I mean, I believe you, but I just want to like
Uthman.
read more.
The caliph that did this was Uthman, and Uthman codified it by burning all the others. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who resisted Uthman escapes me at the moment.
I'll just add one point here. It was believed that he burned them all, but apparently quite a few of them were missed. And yes, how do you search an entire land and be that thorough? There's some people who are going to probably secretly want to keep them, and then there's going to be some others who accidentally lost them and didn't realize until later and thought, oh boy, I better not let this out, and it becomes a family secret for a while. My understanding is there have been 33 different Holy Qurans written in the Arabic texts that have been uncovered, and there are differences between them. So there is not just one. Just like there's already at least 99 different denominations of Islam, Shia, Sunni, Wahhabi, Ismaili, and some of the others are more commonly known, but they're not the only ones.
Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you.
Oh, I think X has something to follow up here. He's just looking up something for you.
Yeah, so giving up the Quran was controversial with a number of people who had other versions. And if you look into the history of it, you'll find several of them did resist. Also, there are copies on the backs of overwritten documents that we can recover of what some of the differences were. And they said that there was about a dozen things added in Uthman's version that are not supposed to be there in the original.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for joining us. Appreciate, unless you had another question for us.
Not really. Have a good day.
Well, we look forward to talking with you again. So I guess the next person we're going to bring up is Not Fox, and then after that will be Sky Fox again. Oh, before that'll be Atheist Defense. Sorry, because Sky Fox, you've already been up once, so we'll bring you up after our next guest. Hello, Not Fox. Welcome. It was good hearing from you earlier.
What you're saying is we're turning into Fox News?
What's going on, guys? Really good to see you all here. Hello, T-Jump. Nice to see you again. And everybody else from earlier, good to see you guys too.
Thank you, Not Fox. Welcome. And what have you got for us today?
Well, first, I think I've got a plug, which is my YouTube channel, Theist Experience. You can check that out. I hope you do. Maybe T-Jump will share it for me. We'll find out later whether he does that.
Hey,
but
feel free. Oh, by the way, feel free to post the link to your YouTube channel in the Discord chat, and I'll save it on our YouTube. I'll share it with our YouTube audience as well.
Okay, I'll have to do that once I finish the call with you guys. But I appreciate that.
That will be fun. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So obviously, I'm sure you guys know Darth Dawkins. I spent a lot of time with Darth and spoke to Darth a lot and tried to understand him as best as possible, and learned a lot. Sorry, T-Jump.
I said my condolences to your brain cells.
Yeah, I like Darth, but he hates me now. So what can I do?
Are you still Precept?
I still believe that God exists, and I still believe that there's a necessary precondition to truth, in the way that it is in the world. So, yeah.
So you still call yourself a presuppositionalist?
I wouldn't say that we're the presuppositionalists. I'd say that atheists presuppose things, but we've got a revelational epistemology. So, yeah, it's different.
But you would say that you would agree with like Bonson and the whole Precept argument still? Transcendental argument?
I just feel like it's unfair to call it presuppositionalism when we've got what is basically a found-herentist position. It's a foundation. It's foundational positions that are justified within a web of coherent beliefs. So,
well, found-herentism. Okay, found-herentism
Yeah.
came from Hack, right? Hack's an atheist. The reason it's called Precept is because they called it Precept. This isn't like a label that was added by other people. The stated purpose of the argument is to basically browbeat and intimidate and shut up atheists by confusing them with a really confusing argument. And that's just from the words of the people that made it. Do you disagree with that? Do you think that's the value of it? Or do you think
I
it's
disagree
actually
with that. So I disagree with that. I think that it's an appeal to motive fallacy. Even if the intention was to do that, that doesn't mean Precept is an invalid argument. You still have to address the argument for what it is. And I like Precept. I like the methodology. I think it's a perfectly valid methodology. I think it ends in a failure. But I think like the idea behind it is a perfectly rational hypothesis to try to use to evaluate things. It just happens to be wrong. So even if the motivation was in order to try and confuse atheists, it doesn't make a difference. It can still potentially lead to a good argument. And so we have to evaluate the argument on its own merits, independent of the motivation that was used to create it.
That's what I was asking him, if he wants to do that. Yeah.
I love you, T-Jump. What is it? I can't believe in our debate that I was using a script. I can't even read very well, so I wrote out this whole script and it was horrendous, But obviously I still won the debate, as you know. So you've got to watch it really hard to see that.
I think the amount of money I made means I won the debate.
Okay, well, fair enough then. That's really cool if you made some money. I'm happy for you, bro.
Was it on this topic or some other topic?
It was sort of on this topic, but it was specific to T-Jump. But this is the thing with the revelational epistemology, that I prefer to call it that than presuppositionalism, because people attack us now like, oh, you're a presuppositionalist. But there's nothing wrong with having like a revelational epistemology and a Christian worldview. I think that it's really hilarious that we get called presuppositionalists as if it's some kind of insult, when actually the people that are presupposing axiomatic foundations in their worldview are the atheists,
I pointed out that it's a transcendental argument when I asked if you believed in that part of it. Do you believe that it's a transcendental argument? Do you make it that way?
I think transcendental arguments are good. I'm not 100% sure whether my argument necessarily falls into a transcendental argument, but the only way to know Christianity is true is if the Christian God exists.
What is it?
They are definitely transcendental arguments.
Sorry, what about the transcendental argument that appeals to you?
I just think it's funny in a way, because if you have a coherent system of justification, then you can account for the truth value of propositions in a rational way, and the transcendental arguments are just illustrations of that from within a particular system, and it's sort of hilarious watching the atheists squirm.
Well, that's the part I don't understand.
It is funny.
Like, you say you have to account for the truth value of propositions, right? And I'm saying, in my worldview, the truth value of propositions is, do they correspond to reality? And that seems like perfectly fine. I don't think I need any God relations to do that. I don't understand why you think you do need a God relation to do that.
This is why. So basically, God is the thing that's ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims. So ultimately, there has to be something. It doesn't matter what your worldview is.
Right.
Whether
I
you're
think
a
it's
Hindu
reality. Reality
or
is the thing. So if I have a proposition,
a Christian or a Muslim, there's always a thing that's ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims. Even the atheists have something that's ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims in their worldview.
I agree. It's reality. So I use reality. When I say the truth value of a proposition is correspondence to reality. Reality is the thing that makes the propositions true. And so I don't understand why you think you need a God for that, because it can just be reality is the ultimate thing that does that.
Well, I think that reality it's basically acting in a particular way. There's a framework by which the things in reality work. they're bound by certain logical laws, like the laws of logic and other things
Yes, I agree.
like that.
I agree.
And so the thing that's ultimate can't be dependent on its creation, essentially.
I agree.
The idea that reality dictates the rule set by which reality is governed makes no sense.
Yeah, it does.
So there has to be something that transcends the reality, the material world that you speak of, that can account for truth in a
Just to
coherent
respond to that
way.
quickly, and I want to let Randolph say whatever he was trying to say. God's nature determines what God is like, right? And so reality's nature determines what reality is like. And so if you want to say that God's nature is the ultimate thing that determines how God is, and it's not some external thing, that's fine. But we can just say the same thing about reality. Reality's nature is the thing that determines what reality is.
So then I'd say that you're a pantheist, actually. You think that everything in reality is what makes up God.
Okay,
and so,
so
if we're using my definition of God, then you would technically fall under that definition, I think.
what I wanted to point out here is that Tjump's definition of reality, I think, is excellent. Everything that exists. And I'm wondering if you agree with that definition or not. And the other point I wanted to make was I'm wondering, you seem to be talking about there being one single ultimate, being that God. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on an alternative, being multiple deities. Like you got a group of goddesses and gods that, as a group, would be the ultimate. And perhaps why you would favor one over the other, a single one or multiple.
Okay, so I mean, maybe we could start with the polytheist line, and I do think that like the idea of a pantheon's really interesting. You know, they've got all of these different gods, and they've all got different roles. But then there's this element of confusion, and I think that's what actually happened. You know, when people came out of, you know, people started disregarding Eastern philosophies because they couldn't account for truth. And it's because of this idea of a yin and yang, or some kind of, you know, contradictory forces that are working against each other. And the problem with that is that if you've got that sort of idea in your worldview, then you can't account for truth in any absolute way. So you're just in this position where you couldn't know anything. You couldn't know that you were a brain in a vat. And obviously, if you do a reductio ad absurdum, and you can discount ideas like that in a reasonable way.
So can you show the impossibility of the contrary?
I think that a reductio ad absurdum doesn't have to show the impossibility of the contrary. The thing that I like to show is that everybody has a system of truth. Everybody has a standard by which they're operating. And I refer to the ultimate thing in that standard that dictates the truth value of claims as God. And I think historically, even in the Bible, when it talks about Moloch worship and stuff like that, it's talking about, you know, God in a particular way. And so, yeah, people can deny God. They can say that God doesn't exist, but ultimately they have some kind of ultimate frame of reference, which they refer to in order to distinguish the truth from the lie.
Sorry, just one quick question. Actually, it's a multi-part, and then we'll hear from Amy. You're mentioning that it sounds like you're saying that polytheism is absurd. Do you consider atheism, the absence of any deities, also absurd? And if you do think they're both absurd compared to just the one single God, do you think one of those is more absurd than the other, and why? And then you can hear from Amy after this.
Yeah, I actually like the polytheists in a way because they've got these archetypal ideas, you know, the god of love, the god of war, and all of these different ideas. They're like the archetype, it's the blueprint, it's the guiding principles that make up that particular thing. And that god represents everything that it is to be, you know, loving, you know, in a humanistic form. So humans like to project this humanistic idea onto concepts, and those sort of, you know, ideas have been represented through these gods. And so in some ways I respect those gods as the god of love. You know, when we're thinking about how to romance our partners, you know, then you look to the god of love as inspiration. But the thing is that the thing that's ultimate, that dictates the truth of any conceptual idea, has to transcend the world in which we live. And it can't be a demigod, because a demigod could just be overruled by the thing that's ultimate, you know. Atheists, I think they do believe in God, and in many cases they've made themselves God. They say that what they perceive is the truth of reality, and that they get to decide who's correct and who's not. When you look at you know, people's statements about their atheism and how they know things are true, they say, well, you know, I've got a perspective of reality, and even if my senses are fallible and the things that I perceive aren't necessarily in line with reality, I'm just going to believe what I want to believe anyway. So there's this hilarious sort of thing about the atheists and the agnostics, that they do have a God. They just refuse to accept God, you know? They just refuse to call it a God.
I disagree with you on that point, but I do find the rest of your answer quite interesting. As an atheist, I don't believe any gods or goddesses, but Amy Newman had something to say, so I'm going to just pass it to her.
Thank you. And I do want to answer one of the questions that you asked. Why do we use it as a pejorative? And it's because to us, when we hear that you are presupposing God, that you are just putting it in premise one and then building an argument, to us that's funny, because it tells us that you're not going to give us an argument that's going to convince us. You may have fancy ways of trying to get there, but I would love to know, can I ask, does God have a mind?
Yeah, I think that one of the best arguments for why God would have a mind is the thing that's the primary thing that moved originally, the prime mover. It had to have moved of its own volition. So if you accept this idea of a cause and effect nature to reality, and you apply the same mathematical principles that predicted the Big Bang, then you can also justify a belief in a prime mover. And the thing about the prime mover is the prime mover can't have been influenced by anything external to itself. So the only way it could have moved is because of its own volition.
Sure, which means that T-Jump's example of a God would not meet your example of God. In fact, many definitions of God would not actually meet your criteria of a God. So many people actually don't believe in God by your own definition.
No, I think that they maybe there's a misunderstanding here, but even somebody like maybe you could make yourself into a god, even though you're obviously not a god.
So if I can interrupt you for a second, we don't make ourselves into the gods. What happens is we are the only creators that we know of, humans, animals. And then the only things that we know of that are able to make judgments, to actually give judgments onto other people, are people. And so we have no evidences of a God being a creator or being a judge. And so we don't give this concept any authority to either.
Do you mind if I jump in for a little bit there? I think Amy brought up a phenomenal point there, that you seem to be equivocating the definition of a God here. So when I say reality is my God, or whatever you said, my definition of a God there is just the fundamental nature of what exists, which is quantum fields. No mind, no consciousness, no volition, no anything. And so you're wrong when you say that I believe in a God, because I don't believe in any volition, no volition. So you have this.
I've heard recently. I'm glad to see that you're still making new arguments, T-Jump, and you're the one that makes the quantum flux argument. That's really funny. But well done again for trying to make atheist arguments, even though it's incredibly difficult.
Huh?
What is it? So the quantum flux, this idea of a quantum flux, if everything in the universe is essentially the thing that upholds and secures the truth value of propositions in the universe, then the idea of truth is essentially unattainable, because if me and you disagree about the truth value of claims, then at an ultimate level, your God contradicts itself, even though you don't like to refer to it as a God.
No. So what reality is doesn't contradict. Whether or not we disagree about what we believe about reality is completely irrelevant to reality. So reality never contradicts itself, as far as I know. But that's different topic. So the topic I want to stick on here is, do I believe in a God? Based on your definition, the answer is no. You believe volition is required. I do not believe volition is required. I think volition is something that comes out of brains only. And so there are no brains in the quantum field, and so it has no volition. So by my definition of reality, I do not believe in a God. And so it's wrong for you
Can
to
I
say
ask
we
you
all
this
believe in God.
question?
Sure, go ahead.
How do you know that reality isn't just a Bonson brain?
Why would that matter to my question?
Because you're saying that it's not a mind.
I believe it's not a mind. So you are making the claim that I believe in a God.
Okay.
And by God, you mean a thing with volition that is the fundamental nature of reality. I do not believe in a
Well-
thing with volition that's the fundamental nature of reality. Therefore, I do not believe in a God. So it's wrong for you to say atheists believe in a God.
I think it would be only fair to say that I did actually say that other things like, you know, the gods of the pantheon are still gods, and they don't necessarily dictate the truth value of claims ultimately. They just do it basically in a particular way. They are the archetypal idea of a particular thing, and that's the guide that we refer to when trying to understand what it is to love. Obviously now we've evolved, our religions have evolved past that, our understanding of religion and God's evolved past that to the point now where, you know, we've got this monotheistic creator God that is the thing that's ultimately
Wait, I'm
dictates the
lost a little
truth
bit. I'm
value of
lost.
claims.
So the topic I was asking about is you claim atheists believe in a God. And
Yeah.
I claim,
So-
no, I don't, because your definition of God is volition. I believe it has no volition. Now, whether or not you agree with my justification, my worldview does not believe there is any volition. Therefore, by your definition, I do not believe in a God, right?
No, I was contesting the idea that it has to have volition. You can make a God out of something that's not real in the same way that in the Bible,
So
there
you're
was
saying
a
the
certain
definition
group
of a God doesn't require volition?
people, like obviously the gods in the Bible that people worship that weren't God, they built up this idea of God, right? So that God obviously didn't exist in an actual way. It wasn't a real necessary precondition to the world. It was just some idea that these people were holding up above God. So, you know, they raised this thing up above God and worship that instead of God. Now, what it sounds like to me you're doing,
I'm
and I know
taking
that you don't
reality
agree,
and putting that above God and worshiping that essentially, right?
you're saying that reality is the thing that ultimately dictates the truth value of
Yes,
claims. You've
absolutely.
raised up pictures of birds, animals, and reptiles over God, and you know you'll receive the due penalty for your error.
Well, sure. I would agree with that. I'd say I put reality above God, sure, but that doesn't mean I believe in a God, right? Those are two different claims.
I think that that's what I'm saying again, is that that to me screams pantheism. So if reality is
the
the
part I'm
thing
not
that's
understanding. So, like-
dictating the truth value of claims, then that's just what a pantheist would believe, in my opinion. And you're talking about volition, but a pantheist, you know, obviously they think that the universe is God, but they don't necessarily think that the universe has any volition. It's
Right,
maybe just
absolutely.
material
Absolutely.
things
So
connecting and colliding in a particular way.
I'm a
So
naturalistic pantheist. So in that sense, I am a pantheist. Naturalistic pantheists just believe in the ontological commitments of science and nothing more than that. So they don't believe in any volition. But if you're saying that naturalistic pantheists believe in a God, they don't believe in any volition.
that is their God.
That's okay. You can say that, but then
their
God has
Their
no
God
volition
is-
in that context. You're saying it's okay to define God with no volition.
Yeah, God's just the thing that's ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims.
Okay, that's fine.
In
I'm
the
happy
system.
to grant
Yeah,
that
the
for
ul-
the sake of the argument. So
Excellent.
we grant that there's a difference, though. You believe volition. I don't believe volition. And so why do you think you said volition is required for it to like start or whatever to make a difference? That part doesn't seem to make any sense to me. That part seems to be completely ad hoc. So I think that some feature of the nature of the fundamental nature of reality can cause it to do things like quantum fluctuations without any volition whatsoever. There's lots of evidence these can exist outside of space-time. There's no evidence volition can exist outside of space-time. And so claiming that volition exists outside of space-time is like claiming pineapples exist outside of space-time. There's exactly the same amount of evidence that intentions can exist without spatiotemporal space as there is pineapples can exist without those things. Whereas there's lots of evidence quantum fluctuations can.
Because this is why pineapples wouldn't work, because they're a material thing, so they'd be bound by the physical laws.
All of the evidence for pineapples being immaterial is the exact same for intentions being immaterial.
I don't know. I think we've got a lot of evidence that pineapples are material, and there's no
Yes.
evidence that there's an immaterial pineapple that
Agreed.
exists.
Agreed. Same thing is true of intentions.
Well, like I said earlier, the look, so if you accept that there's a causal chain of events and every action has an equal and opposite reaction and every action is governed by a previous reaction, and you have a reasonable understanding of mathematics and you can apply Occam's razor and reduce any equation down to its lowest common denominator, then you can justify the Big Bang, which is what we did all that time ago. And the thing is that the same mathematical principles actually justify that there's a prime mover. Now, when you look to that idea, when you think of that conceptual idea of this prime mover, what would it have to be? What would it have to do? Well, it couldn't have moved because of some external thing that was influencing it.
I agree.
So it had to move of its own volition.
Well, no, that seems to be a
There's
false
no other
dichotomy.
explanation.
Yeah, there is. It's quantum fluctuation. So a part of its own nature intrinsically has change, quantum fluctuations. So it has no volition, but there's a part of its nature which intrinsically causes change, like quantum fluctuations. There is evidence these things can exist outside of space-time. Space-time is emergent from quantum fields. There is no evidence volition can exist outside of space-time. Therefore, the better explanation is quantum fields.
What you're calling the flux.
Well, I didn't say flux. I've never said flux.
What I would call
fluctuations.
The nature of God. You're just redefining God's nature as a flux for some reason.
Well, in my definition, the fluctuations of quantum fields are a part of its nature, yes, but it has no mind, no volition.
Okay, so how do you account for our ability to choose freely? And do you believe in a deterministic universe?
What does that have to do with whether or not you need volition at the beginning of the universe?
I mean, I feel like I've answered that reasonably clearly and well. I don't know if we should get stuck on just me repeating the same thing about volition and moving of its own accord without external intervention.
Well, I don't think you have given an answer. So my question is there is lots of evidence quantum fluctuations can exist outside of space-time. Lots of it. Physics, that's the consensus. There is no evidence volition can do this. So why do you think volition is a better explanation than quantum fluctuations?
Like I said, I sort of feel like I just explained exactly why you think that the thing that was primary moved of its own volition, because it couldn't have been influenced by any outside factors. And so it had to be an internal thing. So this particular thing has to...
I agree there, but volition, it's its own nature. So there's no volition.
Internally changed based on its own properties, not because of anything external to itself.
Yes, agreed.
The point is it wouldn't have a mind.
Yeah, no mind.
It's a force.
Well, why doesn't it have a mind?
So
because it could be a Bunsen brain.
So you keep saying Bunsen brain, but I think you mean Boltzmann brain. Bunsen's a precept.
I'm
Boltzmann
sorry,
is what you're talking about. Okay, just to clarify. Okay, so to give a specific to what TJump is saying, here's from a paper called Spontaneous Creation of the Universe from Nothing. In this paper, we present a proof based on the analytic solutions of the Wheeler-DeWitt equations. Explicit solutions of Wheeler-DeWitt equations for special operating orders show that once a small true vacuum bubble is created by quantum fluctuations, the metastable false vacuum, which is something that we observe empirically. It's not just something we're making up. It can expand exponentially no matter whether the bubble is closed, flat, or open. The exponential expansion will end when the bubble becomes large, and thus the universe appears. With the de Broglie quantum Bohm equations, trajectory theory, we show explicitly it is the quantum potential that plays the role of the cosmological constant, provides the power for the exponential expansion of the true vacuum bubble. It is clear the birth of the early universe completely depends on the quantum nature of the theory. Do you want me to send that to you? I can send you the paper.
I mean, I hear what it's saying. It sounds pretty much like Lawrence Krauss said all that time ago. I mean, it's the same exact thing from what I can hear. But yeah, if you want to send me a link, I'll take a read.
Yeah.
It sounds interesting, for sure.
Read it over. So what he's saying is that thing that he's referring to, that quantum fluctuation, has no mind, but it can pre-exist all the things that emerge from it. So we think some things are emergent and some things are fundamental. And we think that the vacuum bubble may be fundamental, and the quantum fields that are emergent, like time and space, may be results of just the nature of quantum theory.
So did you say it was a Boltzmann brain?
Boltzmann.
The word you were
Boltzmann.
imagining is
What's
a
the correct
Boltzmann brain.
pronunciation? Because I've been
Boltzmann. Just look up Boltzmann brain.
Boltzmann.
Boltz.
Yeah, I've looked
It's a
it
thing.
up before.
It's a
Obviously,
cosmology thing. Yeah.
I've
And the
just
other
forgot
thing,
what the exact name of it
oh,
was.
I wanted to point out one other thing, and then I'll pass it over to Amy because she had something she wanted
Okay.
to say. But one other thing that I took issue with is you said that presuppositionalism was found herentist, or that your version of it is found herentist. But everything that you've said suggests that you're actually relying on and even claiming the impossibility of the contrary against anything other than foundationalism. Full stop. Because what found-herentism means is the opposite of what you're claiming is required for what you claim is the correct theory of truth. So just as a precursor question, just quickly, do you know how to solve a crossword puzzle?
Obviously.
Okay. And do you know enough about found-herentism to know what my next question is?
I know enough about found-herentism to know that your description of it isn't exactly correct.
Okay. So in the crossword puzzle, which line in the crossword is the privileged presuppositional belief that determines all others? Which is the ultimate line?
I don't really understand that question.
Okay, so the answer is there is none, because you don't solve a crossword by knowing one thing absolutely and then figuring everything from that. You solve each part of the crossword, and when you find a part that you're not very sure about, which is contradicted by one that you're more sure about, you deductively cancel out the one you're less sure about and stick with the one you're more sure about. So what Hack is saying about found-herentism is that the correct way and the accurate way that people actually do justification of what they think is true, in other words, what supports your beliefs about what you think is true, is that you have beliefs that are stronger and beliefs that are weaker. There is no single privileged belief of any kind, but there are stronger and weaker. And you inductively figure out what you think those are, and then you deductively eliminate the ones that are contradicted by stronger ones, just like doing a crossword puzzle. That's the opposite of what you claim is necessary.
Well,
you say that it is impossible to have a worldview that's coherent if your theory of truth does something like that, because there's no ultimate belief. That's just false, and it's the opposite of what you said. You were a found-herentist at the beginning.
It's not the opposite, and you keep strawmanning me. The fact is that in order to do a crossword puzzle, you'd have to know the language that the crossword puzzle's written in, and you'd also have to understand the rules of the crossword puzzle. So
you could have a
even
crossword puzzle written in every language,
okay,
or no language.
that
Could be
doesn't,
written in
yeah,
math,
you have
right?
to know the language in order to
Yeah.
be able to do the crossword puzzle.
I think you guys are talking
And-
past one another a little bit. So X is right that you misused found-herentism because that's an epistemic position. Your position is an ontological position. You think that there's an ultimate truth that grounds all other things. In the crossword puzzle example, there is an ultimate truth that grounds all things also. But found-herentism is an epistemic position. So it doesn't care about ontology. And that's where I think the distinction here is being made, is that Foxy's position is specifically based on some ontological fact that grounds all other facts, which still exists in found-herentism, or in that analogy.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Sorry, as well. But this is the thing: is that in a found-herentist position, you have foundational beliefs that are justified through a coherent web. It's not like a presuppositionalist or an axiomatic position. There's a coherent web of justifications that you have for the foundational positions that you have, and you can justify in a coherent way the world in the way that it is. I've got a coherent explanation for why I exist, why the physical world acts in the way that it does, why we can use the scientific method to justify our beliefs in certain things, that the objective world exists. And if you don't accept essentially the ultimacy that dictates the truth value of claims, and you don't have any way to rationalize the truth of any particular claim through your epistemology, then you can't get to ontology. I wouldn't say that I have an ontological position. I'd say that I have an epistemological position that can get to ontology, whereas a lot of people that believe in atheism, agnosticism, or even a lot of other worldviews that claim to be God-believing worldviews, they actually haven't made the step to go from epistemology to ontology, and that's a key point. I think that
rational. That seems like
that's where the confusion is occurring.
that seems like you can say you're solving the word puzzle, the crossword puzzle, and the solution is God, and so you don't start with God. Isn't like a requirement of the crossword puzzle. It's the solution of the crossword puzzle.
Yeah, once you reach that state of perfection, that is obviously God. So,
But the claim, so one of the claims of Precept is reformed epistemology, right? You're claiming that your epistemology works and everyone else's doesn't because of the secret truth of God that everyone else is denying or whatever. And so the
yeah,
problem
they're
is
like suppressing the truth in their righteousness. So
right.
they essentially, and rather than accept the truth of reality, what they do is they say, no, there's no way that you could know anything about reality. I could be a brain in a vat, you know, a fish in a bowl that's gone belly up. I could be a dinosaur in a bed with a tinfoil hat on.
But those
Right.
are
And I just
precepts.
can't distinguish a dream from reality. That's the position of most people that are non-God believers, in my opinion.
But if you accept found-terratist epistemology and you argue that you can somehow get within found-terratist epistemology being acceptable to Precept, the possibility of the contrary thing seems really hard to support, right? Because I can just say, look, I think reality is whatever turns out to be the non-contradictory solution of all investigation. And the best picture of it at any given time is the most justified epistemological conclusions that we have. But I don't need an ultimacy of any kind. There might be one, but I don't need it to reason accurately about the world.
Well, how would you be able to reason accurately if you didn't have any kind of understanding of the thing that was ultimate that dictates the truth value of claims? In order to be able to
You
reason
haven't demonstrated that there is one other than reality itself.
accurate explanation for things in some way.
Not only that, but God isn't an answer. And so by asserting that God is, it doesn't actually illuminate or give any clarity. I want to do illuminate clarity, however, on the word that you're using for change and prime mover, because this has been like 3 different usages. We, as animals, move. We move throughout the landscape. We also sometimes, a little bit more meta, we change, as in, I want to be a better person. I'm going to change. But then there are natural laws, like physics and gravity, which has no arbitrary basis, no mind basis. And to once again go back around, quantum fluctuations do not have a mind. They are, in fact, in the second category, the natural laws of physics category, and not what I would say in the biological or sociological sense that is sometimes being used back and forth.
Would you necessitate that quantum fluctuations don't have a mind, T-Jump?
Yes.
So
Well,
how
it depends
would
what you
you
mean by
justify
necessitate.
that
I would
claim?
say that by my definition, they definitely don't. So if my definition is correct, then yes, they cannot have a mind.
So what is your definition?
The definition given in physics of the mathematical formulation of quantum fields as a part of fundamental reality.
Okay. So does that mean that it can't have a mind and it can't transcend
Yes.
in any way?
Yes. Given
Can you
it's
give that definition? Do you
nomenologically
mind?
it's nomenologically impossible for quantum fields to have a mind.
Is there a definition that you can refer me to so that I can read it?
You want me to give complicated physics definitions? I'll just go to complicated physics books.
I don't. It's just because you're using the definition and you're saying it can't have a mind. That the quantum fluctuations, maybe there's like, lots of different quantum fluctuations that are occurring in different areas, and there's a relationship between the different reactions that are taking place. And the reason that they're taking place in the way that they are is because it's just part of a greater mind. I don't see why that.
I just sent you the Wheeler. I just sent you the Wheeler-DeWitt equations, which are the ones that people are talking about being responsible for explaining how quantum fields give rise to the universe.
So in physics, a mind is defined as a conscious state, and conscious states are defined as specific systems of transferred energy that result in like qualia or whatever. And those can only exist given all the known laws of physics within brains. No other way they can exist. Therefore, it's impossible that without a brain you can have consciousness given the laws of physics, as far as we know.
I forgot the name of the brain again. What's the
Boltzmann brain?
Boltzmann. Sorry, guys. So why can't it be a Boltzmann brain? So you
A
denying?
Boltzmann brain can't be the fundamental nature of reality. A Boltzmann brain is a result of the fundamental nature of reality.
I don't see why it couldn't be that the entire reality that you believe in couldn't be upheld and secured in some kind of Boltzmann brain style mind.
Well, Boltzmann brain is like literally a physical brain that pops into existence in another reality, in quantum fluctuations, creates a Boltzmann brain, and then your ideas of what world is just produced in that brain. But the brain isn't all of
So our
reality.
universe popped into existence
No, your brain pops
13
into
billion years ago.
But your brain pops into existence. A Boltzmann brain isn't the fundamental nature of reality. A Boltzmann brain is a thing that pops into existence in reality because of quantum physics.
Look, so I mean, obviously, I don't see how you can necessitate that given your position, but it's probably best not to stick on that too much. We clearly disagree. I do understand what you're saying about it popping into existence, but obviously, and maybe you guys believe that the universe popped into existence.
No, well, the popping into existence part was irrelevant here. So I just
because of some kind of.
So the part I want to clarify here is that a Boltzmann brain is not the fundamental nature of reality in the Boltzmann brain hypothesis. In the Boltzmann brain hypothesis, you still have quantum fields as the fundamental nature of reality. And a Boltzmann brain is just a thing that popped into existence in that reality. And so you're trying to use the Boltzmann brain as
a simple way to outline a concept which you can understand now. So now that we've reached that mutual understanding of
that's
what
the part
I
I'm
mean.
not understanding. I don't get how you're trying to use the Boltzmann brain to counter my argument in some way, saying that how do I know it's not a Boltzmann brain or something? If it's a Boltzmann brain, I'm still right. I'm still correct. It's still quantum fluctuations. Like the Boltzmann brain isn't the fundamental nature of reality. The Boltzmann brain is a result of that.
Well, that's like you're saying that of this reality, it has to pop up in this reality, this world that we're experiencing, essentially. But see, the thing is that doesn't necessitate that the thing that popped into existence wasn't a mind.
Well, the thing that exists first isn't a mind, and then a mind pops into existence. That's fine.
Why can't it be a mind?
Because all of the nomenological possibilities of all the laws of physics do not allow for that.
I think that's just a claim that's an assertion, really, without justification. Really, the reason that I came today, and I appreciate all of you, and it's nice to meet you, Randolph, for sure.
Likewise.
So the reason that I came today is because I wanted to get you guys to agree to the definition of God, that God was the thing that was ultimate, that dictates the truth value of claims, which I feel like you guys sort of did earlier. So is there any way I could ask you?
Grant that for the sake of the argument, but no, typically God entails a mind. And so I would say no one is really going to agree to that. You're just using the very pedantic usage of the words that's unique to you and not using the word that most society is using.
I don't know about that. I think that throughout history, people have referred to people that have made themselves God, people that have put them, birds and animals and reptiles above God and worship them as gods. So the only way that you'd be able to do that is if the thing that you were worshipping essentially was the thing that was referred to as God. And the reason that the people worship those things is because they thought it was the thing that essentially dictated the truth. So I don't feel like my definition's that alien, really, but okay.
Yeah, some people use that, but like 90 something % of all humans define God as a conscious entity. And this is because of biology. It's the hyperactive agency detection system. So 90 something % all define God as mind. And there's a very small percentage, 1 or 2, who don't, and who they include God as like pantheism or whatever, non-mind. It's just not what most people mean by the word. And since I'm an atheist, specifically to counter the God-mind definition, when we use the word, we're using the God-mind definition. When most societies using the word, they're using the God-mind definition.
Interesting idea. But I definitely disagree with your opinion of what God is. But also I think that God does have a mind. It's just the thing is that people have referred to other things that aren't necessarily they don't have like a mind in the way that the Christian God is a mind, as gods also. So I mean, I don't feel like my definition is really that bad. But anyway, so this is it, right? maybe I can run a little syllogism for you, and you guys can break it down.
So I just quickly just want to respond. I actually asked Darth Dawkins last time I spoke with him how he defines God, and he avoided the question, and he kept wanting to run his interrogation. Now, you've mentioned earlier that you had spoken with Darth Dawkins quite a bit, and I'm just curious if it ever came up that you got an idea from him on how he defines God, but I'll leave it to you to decide whether to address that first or put forward your syllogism first. It's up to you.
He says that I've spoken to Darth a lot, and what Darth says is that God is the Christian God of the 66 books of the Bible, and any denial of that would be essentially a negation of the truth. So his position is that the God of Christianity, with the 66 books interpretation, is the only God, and anything else is essentially not really God.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's hear your syllogism.
So the syllogism is this: the only way to know something is true is if you have a system by which you can evaluate truth. Premise 2: the only way that something could be necessary is if there's an ultimate authority that can necessitate the truth value of claims. So the fact that you know you exist is proof that there's an ultimate authority that dictates the truth value of claims. There's no way that you could know you exist in the way that you do unless there was an authority that you referred to in some way.
If it's reality, then there's no need for it to be an individual agent being of any kind.
I mean, that's just another claim. But anyway, I feel like
No,
I've made
I'm
an
asking you to present
case.
an argument that's not contrary to that. Tell me why you think.
Me on the theist experience. I don't mind sitting up here on the stage if you guys don't mind. Maybe a couple of guys in the audience want to ask me a question too. But it's been really great talking to you guys. And unless you guys have got more questions for me,
good talking to you too. One thing I will say is I will probably be interested in your show when it stops being the Precept experience. And I'm glad you didn't name it that. Like the Precept experience would be a short-lived show when you realize it's a flawed position. So good luck with that.
Well, I would say I'm not a presuppositionalist. And the other thing is that the theist experience is going to have Bible studies, Quran reading sessions. We're going to do studies of Eastern philosophies and Hinduism and stuff like that. And also the call-in part of the show, which I'm sure you guys will love.
I'm looking forward to it. I did send you a private message so you can put me on the list of people to notify when you've got things running. And feel free to share your YouTube channel in our Heathen Hangout chat. I'll share that with our YouTube audience. Thank you very much, Not Fox. Appreciate your time, and I'd be interested in getting more into your syllogism, but sounds like you're running out of time.
And it was nice meeting you, Not Fox.
Good to see you guys. Thank you again for the opportunity. It's been great. And again, if you guys want to see the face reveal, I'm actually on camera on my YouTube channel, so you can check that out. I've got a really lovely beard, and yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you all. Good to see you finally as well. And if there's one more thing, I just want to say this, because Darth might watch this. I love Darth. Darth is so unruly and difficult to work with that it made it impossible, essentially, for us to build the theist experience. And so I would love Darth to come back and have a time slot between 8 and 12 American time to some degree. And I don't think that he will, and he's blocked me, but I would love for him to come at a certain time every day, and we could make an excellent show out of it. And I'm sure that everybody here would really enjoy that. And so if you guys don't mind, put out the message. And I'm calling out other theists, whether they're Muslim or Christian, or even if they just believe in some kind of other worldview like that has a coherent justification for truth, to come to the show and join the panel, because we want to learn about your religion and your views, and we want to have a great time together and build a community. So I appreciate everybody again. And yeah, I'll just mute myself and maybe talk to you guys later.
And I just want to say that if Gary is watching, I want to tell his mom I said hi.
And thank you, Not Fox, and I'll just say, add on to that, hello from Canada, Darth Dawkins.
Randolph, can you get
Okay.
get a new mic to fix the echoing? Like you
It just
always
needs
have
headphones.
echoing.
If you have headphones, you won't have echo.
Literally, he's echoing like all of the 10 years that we've known him.
I'm assuming he's not using headphones, though.
Probably. I have no idea why it's happening. It could just
Amy,
be like...
Amy, just a quick heads up. If you want to send a message to Darth, you might need some kind of psychic, because sadly she passed away last year.
Okay, that wasn't really relevant. Anyway, next speaker, maybe?
Atheist Defender, welcome. I see that you have a conflicting avatar with TJump. Fortunately, the colors make it easy to tell people apart along with the name tags. What have you got for us today, sir?
So I wanted to ask you guys a question.
You can usually normally skip that and just go straight to the question. You don't need to tell us you're going to ask us a question because we already presumed you were going to do
my
that.
apologies.
What's
My
on
bad.
your mind?
So I'm aware you guys are atheists, but I was wondering how does a theist prove God
Novel
and make a
testable
convincing
predictions.
argument? Novel testable predictions.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you provide us an example of a novel testable prediction, or do you think that's somebody else's job?
Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. So if the Sky Daddy Bob exists, when I pray to him, he will generate a gold brick every single time I pray to him. A gold brick appears every single time. That would be evidence of the God Sky Daddy Bob.
And that would be good convincing evidence of a God?
Absolutely. It's a novel testable prediction. If something in reality can be predicted only by a hypothesis of a God and it works, and it's the only one that works, that's evidence of a God.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's concise and clear and makes total sense. Did you have any other questions for us,
I think
Atheist
it does
Defender?
too. No, that's what I wanted to ask. I appreciate your time.
I like your avatar. Have a good day.
Thank you. Love you.
Atheist Defender.
Okay, so our next guest is going to be Skyfox. Welcome back, Skyfox. You had asked us something earlier, and if wondering what's on your mind now, sir.
Oh yeah, sorry guys. I was just gonna ask if T-Jump has a debate tomorrow.
I don't think so.
Tomorrow's Monday, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, I thought. Who's his name? Who's just up here? Was gonna debate you?
Who?
Not Vox.
Who?
I thought Not Vox was debating you on Monday.
I don't see anything in my calendar. But if anybody wanted to pay
Okay.
me to do a debate, $75 and I'll hop in.
Okay, man. What's your denomination of atheism?
The correct one.
There are no denominations, but thank you very much.
Well, that's not true. There are lots of denominations of atheism. New atheism, atheism plus, spiritual atheism. There's tons of them.
Oh, okay.
There are atheists who believe in ghosts and spirits and things, but they're still atheists. Because there's no
Do
belief
you
in God.
believe in ghosts?
No.
Okay. All right, guys.
I don't either. Welcome, Zach. Oh,
Just
go
a quick
ahead.
question. If Skyfox was trying to find out when you do your other event, T-Jump, maybe not tomorrow, but you have some other show stuff that you do. Maybe tell him what that is.
Wait, what?
Don't you do some other show kind of things on a regular basis?
I used to, but I lost my scheduler guy, so I don't have any regular conversations anymore. Don't think I have anything planned for like 2-3 weeks. I have I'm flying to Texas to do Modern Day Debates, DebateCon, and I'm debating Aaron Ra on next Saturday.
Maybe that's what he was thinking of. What's the topic?
Does religion cause more harm or good? Has religion caused more harm or good?
Cool.
And I'm taking.
I look forward to seeing that.
I've taken the position that religion has caused more good than harm against Aaron Ra.
I look forward to tuning into that debate. I hope I'll be able to.
Sure. Oh, I'm probably going to post it on my channel, so everybody's going to be able to see it.
Yeah, post it in the Heathen Hangout, and I'll share it with our YouTube as well. Zammer, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can.
Great. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. How's everyone?
Doing well. What's on your mind?
Yeah. So I was just wondering that I'm actually sure that there can be proof for the existence of God. I was just thinking before, I was actually writing a few notes down, if you'd like to hear them.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
Great.
With that.
Okay, so I was just looking at the, I guess, the analysis for like linguistics and how we attribute meaning to, you know, our words, right? And I could use like maybe the example of, you know, when someone is conceived or when someone is born, right? What does it mean to be like conceived? It means to be known, doesn't it?
Well, I have absolutely
conceived
no idea
means...
what you're saying. No idea.
Okay, so conceived is long before birth. It's approximately 9 months before that. Being born is once a person has exited the womb, and they've exited the womb and they've become a person. That's there's a differentiation there, but you're talking about linguistics for some reason. Language is a communication tool. This is how we're able to communicate with each other. It's learned from other people typically, and
no, of course,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Zammer, I have a qualifying question. So if you say that being conceived is being known,
yeah.
So can you tell me how many conceived people you know of at this point in time?
Well, they were born, right? We know that everyone was born.
No.
They were
Hold on.
known at some point, right? To be conceived is to be known. It's kind of like,
to be conceived. What I'm trying to point out is that to be conceived,
of course it is.
apparently is not to be known, because you started with a defense without even trying to list one recently conceived and therefore known entity.
I want to jump in a little bit.
Right.
I'll ask you the question. I'll ask you the question again. I'll ask you the question again.
Go ahead. Yep.
Because I think you're trying to slip something in that I find dishonest, and I don't know.
Not really. Actually, it's more so.
Mike. I have. So, how many conceived people do you know about?
I just want to jump in here and say the conceived literally is
quite a few, and anyone who exists is conceived. We know that they were born, right? It's quite simple. So if you look at the etymology,
that is what we know.
Please stop. Please stop.
That is
stop. Please stop.
Jump, shut the fuck up.
Stop talking. Conceived doesn't matter.
Shut the fuck up.
The word conceived is irrelevant. Stop.
Jump. If you don't let me finish, I will just mute you and continue my conversation.
Peter,
Thank you.
I will mute you.
Okay,
I don't care what you have to say. Shut up.
What I'm trying to ask.
Okay, guys. Hey, guys. I'll mute both of you if you don't stop. Hey. Okay. T-Jump, please let Peter finish, and then we'll hear what T-Jump has to say. Go ahead, Peter.
Absolutely not. So I want to make a point here. The word conceived doesn't matter.
Zammer, listen, what you said is that to be conceived is to be known.
Yeah, exactly. So here's another question, right? If you want kind of the proof for God's existence. Oh, come on, dude. Yes.
So can we get off the conceived thing, go back to the actual point now?
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Well, when you think about it, existence is kind of like a form of a statement, isn't it? It is a statement of such, right? Okay, everything necessarily exists, but that also ties into... Great. Great.
Can we shut Peter up and get back to the point now? Because conceive, this is completely irrelevant, 100% irrelevant, all of it. None of it matters. Stop talking about conceive. The word does not matter. I was right at the very beginning. Peter should not have talked about this at all. Conceived doesn't matter. Go back to your original statement, the thing you should have said at the very beginning. You wanted to say God can be proved to exist.
Hey, guys. Hey, just a sec. T-Jump. How long do you need to make your point? Is it just like 10 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, let's let T-Jump make his point for 10 seconds, and then we'll go back to Peter.
Peter's bringing in a relevant position.
I was in a conversation with
Peter.
Peter, I don't interrupt T-Jump, and I would really appreciate if T-Jump didn't interrupt me. If it's only 10 seconds, he can wait until I'm done, and then he can have all the time he needs.
Shut up now.
Peter, and T-Jump. we're going to stop swearing at each other and stop telling each other to shut up. That's not acceptable. Peter, please just give him 10 seconds, and then we can move back to you, okay? Just go ahead, T-Jump, 10 seconds.
Okay, this entire
This
point
is
on the word...
to me.
Oh
This
my
is
God, shut up, Peter.
unacceptable. If just interrupting people
Peter?
and then shouting
Peter?
over people is going to
You just mute him.
interrupt the
Just mute him.
conversation that is
Just mute him.
ongoing, to me that's
mute him.
unacceptable.
It would have
Let's
been
be
already,
quiet and
Peter.
let Zammer speak. Let's just have Zammer talk and let's none of us interrupt him at all until he said his whole point.
No,
Okay,
do not say that.
I've already made a decision
No.
here. Peter, stop for 10 seconds. Let T-Jump talk for 10 seconds, then we'll go back to you, and then we'll hear Zammer speak some more.
This whole debate on the word conceived is completely irrelevant gibberish.
Right,
That means
yeah.
nothing. It means literally nothing. Stop talking about it.
I actually
Stop.
disagree with
Zammer,
that.
shut up. Oh my God, shut up. Listen,
All right.
the
Okay.
word
Sure.
conceived does
Okay.
not matter. Do not ask any questions about the word conceived. Zammer, go back to the very
Why,
first
though?
thing you said. Stop talking over me. The very first
Okay,
thing you
sorry.
said.
I
that
think
you- oh my
this
God,
was 10
shut up.
seconds,
Holy
Randall.
shit.
Well, I actually
Can I
think
get back to my
we're
conversation?
close to
Oh my
proving
God.
God's
Peter,
existence.
stop for a
Actually,
sec, Peter. Just give
I
a few more
analyzed
seconds,
the
T-Jump.
linguistics
And
of
Zammer,
it.
please stop for a moment, okay? Just let T-Jump finish here. He just needs a few more seconds.
The
Right.
word,
Okay. Sure.
the word conceived means nothing. It tells
Yeah.
us nothing about your position. What?
I
Don't
actually
interrupt.
disagree.
Don't interrupt. Oh my
I
God.
actually
Shut
disagree.
up. Shut up. How is this hard? Do not speak. Do not open your mouth for 10 seconds. Very easy. Stay quiet. The word conceived is irrelevant. The very first claim you made.
Okay.
Oh my God. How is this so
Zammer?
hard? Shut up.
Zammer, please let T-Jump finish, okay? And once he stops, then you can respond, all right? Just a second.
Sure. All right. Sure. Okay.
So the very first thing you said is you wanted to try to show that we can prove God exists. Go
Oh, yeah,
back to that. Try to explain how you can do that without
well,
using the
I'm
word
actually-
conceived.
Why though?
Okay,
Thank you, T-Jump. This is going to be between Peter and Zammer now.
This
Hang
was
on,
the
stop,
10
stop, stop,
seconds. I
stop.
think I can
Peter,
continue now.
Peter, there were a lot of interruptions while T-Jump was trying to get his 10 seconds out. So it'll be, for now, it's going to be between you and Zammer to continue with this, okay? Now that T-Jump has said his piece. So
Right.
go ahead, Peter and Zammer.
Thanks.
Okay.
So the whole thing that I was trying to get out is not about the conceived thing. It is for me what I perceive, and you may disagree, and this is why I asked this as a qualifying question. Is why do you slip in? It is known
Because that's what it means to be conceived, right? Everyone knows about you. So when you were born, you're conceived, right? Okay. So
Are
you're
you aware-
known.
are you aware that
yeah, exactly. Let me do it, please. So
Go
you're
ahead.
actually known to this world, right? So you're conceived. So my
But
my
you're
other
not.
question. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
but you're not. So are you aware that a lot of conceived entities
Yeah.
don't even make it into being born, and
Yes,
people
yeah.
will never know of them because
Yeah.
they're not apparent. So this is why I'm asking why you think them being known is actually a thing, and what it does for your argument. That was my question.
Right. Okay. No, of course. I think that's quite difficult. I would say there's been some sort of I don't know. Maybe there's been
Maybe
some
a misunderstanding because English isn't my first language, but the part of it being known seems weird to me.
Why though?
Because as I said, in humans, a lot of humans who are conceived don't make it to full term.
Right.
And
No,
no
of
one
course.
will ever know about it, not even the parents. So the thing, I don't get it why you say that the moment they're conceived, they're known.
Right. No, of course. I would say something is kind of intruding on their ability to express themselves or make a statement in the world, whether that's through, some sort of physical problem or whatever. I would say that's my interpretation of that. If you ask me, I would say there's, something is impeding on their ability to make a statement because, when everyone is born, they're making some statements in one form or another. So yeah, that's what I would say.
I think we're all confused because I don't know if you've made an argument yet. Do you know what a syllogism is, where you have some premises and they lead to some conclusions? It seems
No.
very vague. Can you explain what it is that you think is true and what premises you think lead via inferences to the truth of that statement?
No, of course. Well, I wasn't really making any sort of syllogism or any form akin to that. I know these are just ideas that I have, right? And I made notes of them, and I just thought it's quite interesting. It's almost as if embedded through our linguistics and our use of language is kind of it's almost as if there's kind of like an anticipation for existence. Does that make sense? And so that's what I was trying to drive at with the word conceived.
Zammer, can I try? Because I disagree with so much.
Okay.
I think I understand what you're saying, and I disagree with it. Because when we're talking about conceived, we are talking about multicellular living organisms having sex to give birth. Like, that is the very specific definition. And so if your definition of conceived means to be known, does that mean all other forms? Well, plants can conceive, and yet do you think a plant knows about faraway plants? Or
Possibly. I'm not really sure, because I'm obviously not a plant. I mean, yeah. Honestly, I would say that it ties into, because I am a Christian. It's just interesting, right? It's kind of like you could look at or interpret the word, God's word, as being like the statement of all statements. So like the existence of all existence. And that's another note I wrote down as well. Just something interesting there.
Existence of all existence.
Or the statement of all statements.
Can I jump in now?
Sorry?
So
Can you elaborate on that? Because that doesn't say anything.
Can I jump in now? Because literally nothing that's been said has ever gotten to a topic at all. Can I please get us to a topic?
Well, again,
can we let him answer the question, T-Jump, or are you planning on taking over the entire show? Because then we can just
yes, I would like to take over the entire show so we can get to a point, which you guys are not doing.
Great. Go to your own channel and leave here, and you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay. You know what? This has to stop. Okay. What is Zammer? Did you have a response to the question?
What was it again? Sorry. Just to kind of.
So you said something about existence of all existence. Can you elaborate on that? Because I have no clue what you're talking about.
Right. Okay. Well, in the Bible, it basically says that, in John 1:1, it says that in the beginning was the Word, right? And the Word was with God. Well, again, you can kind of ignore that bit, but in the Word was, in the beginning was the Word, right? So you could kind of interpret it as in the beginning was the statement of all statements. Or yeah.
If you believe the Bible, but why should we believe the Bible?
Well, that's up to you. I mean, again, I'm just presenting these ideas. I mean, I made
I'm
these
asking
notes.
you.
Right. Yeah.
Asking you why should we believe the Bible?
Well, it's up to you. I mean, you really don't have to. Again, I'm not making some sort of argument here. I just thought it's just an interesting point.
If what you're interested in is like, why does the Bible describe God as like speaking things into existence and so on? The answer is it didn't originate as a common practice in other religious traditions that it was no doubt influenced by. It does originate much earlier in Babylonian traditions and other like Proto-Indo-European influenced traditions. So it's a linguistic historical fact that a lot of religions, like Christianity and Judaism, have God speaking things into existence. It's descended from earlier traditions where, once people started writing things down, they started attributing the power to write something down with the power to create a universe, so to speak, in your mind when you
not really, actually, because when you think about it, they're expressing themselves. So when you write something down, you're expressing your thoughts. So you're making some sort of, declaration of some sorts, aren't you? Well, that's kind of interesting because maybe that's where, I don't know, maybe the 10 Commandments come in, right? Because they're, they're given by God, right? And he, his word, his declaration. So that's just another interesting point.
The problem is, it doesn't sound like you're making any specific claims. You're just kind of saying that some things seem related, and you're thinking about a topic, but you don't have any claims yet. Could we ask you about? You said you're a Christian, and
Yes.
I take it from your profile that you're a creationist. I think we've spoken about creationism before. Do you want to defend why you think Christianity is true, or why you think creationism is true specifically?
Not really. Again, my intention there was just to bring, just to bring forth a few of these notes and points that I made.
Okay.
I'm not really making any argument. I just thought it's just interesting, really, and I think, to prove.
You want to study
Bible,
this?
Sorry.
Well, let's just leave aside. Okay, did you think you could prove the Bible with this, or do you just want to know more about the history of how these speaking things into existence traditions rose? Because I can give you a bunch of YouTube channels and videos and books on the subject of other religions that do this and how these practices became common and how they influenced Judaism from other sources like Babylonian, Egyptian, and Zoroastrian sources that did it before they did.
No, of course. I've actually heard you talk about the very same point you were making before. Perhaps, maybe. However, again, kind of to add on to what I was saying before, if you'd like, I actually feel as though, it's almost as if, again, the use of linguistics that we use are kind of denoted in terms of like the coming or like the anticipation of one's existence or how to express their existence. And so it's almost as if we've used the method of writing to do that. It's interesting. It's really interesting.
So can I get us back onto a point now? Because literally nothing having been said. 10 minutes, nothing. You're all terrible at communication. What is the topic, Zammer? Tell us. What are you trying to say? It takes 5 words.
What am I trying to say?
Should have been the first thing everyone said.
What am I trying to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. So again, I'm not really bringing forth any argument. I'm just, again, these are notes that I was making, and so I was just sharing them. That's all. Yeah.
But what are you trying to say? Like, what is the point of this?
Well, I just thought I did. Okay, so I just actually thought it was quite peculiar with the the whole linguistic part and existence is kind of a form of a statement, right? So when someone is conceived, they're to be known by people. I just thought that's really interesting, and I feel like it does tie into, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of making some sort of assumption here. But I actually feel as though, again, I am a Christian, and so I feel like it kind of ties into, the exorcism, or I guess maybe the exorcism of maybe like a will, if you kind of believe in a will, that is.
Well, I'm glad you think that's interesting. Can you give us a proposition? Like, what are you trying to say? You think that what?
Right. No, of course. How can I formulate that? Right. No, of course. It's almost, again, it's difficult because I haven't written things down kind of like a propositional format. Difficult. But
Emma, maybe I can help.
Sure.
You seem to be stuck on the thing that someone is known.
Yes.
Why is that important? What does that do to an individual the moment they're known?
It kind of solidifies their existence into this world. And so what another interesting point as well to tie into that is if you count the years back since you were born, it's almost as if it doesn't correlate with evolution and billions of years, right? It's almost as if it feels like benign to that.
Do things
it's
exist
ridiculous.
that are unknown?
Sorry?
Do things exist that are unknown?
Do things exist that are unknown? No, I would say no.
Is there a grain of sand on Alpha Centauri?
I'm not sure.
Answer is probably, but it's whether or not, either yes or no. That statement is a fact. It's true, one or the other way, and neither one is known. Things exist without being known all the time. Like, do you?
No, of course. No, sorry. Yeah.
So you don't need to know things for them to exist.
I actually wouldn't kind of I wouldn't really assimilate or I wouldn't actually compare grains of sand on Alpha Centauri to human beings and animals and or other creatures on this earth. I wouldn't compare those two because One serves a purpose, the other one doesn't. So I'm just a bit confused.
What does that have
So
to
let me
do-
ask a question about the known. Does it
Yes, and I would like to answer, Peter.
give people or animals rights? Does it distinguish them from other things?
Sorry, what was that again? Sorry.
I'm still trying to figure out why, according to you, at least for you, the fact that they're known seems to be important as opposed to not being known. I'm still confused about that. That is the part that I really would like to flesh out.
No, of course, but well, again, I guess you could kind of interpret it as kind of like an exorcism of the will, right? You know, there's kind of like a choice involved, right? Well, I mean, oh, sorry, yeah.
There's a
No,
choice
can I
involved
answer-
that people are
No.
conceived.
Well, yeah, okay, no, well, obviously not by them, but by the people who can, brought them forth. Who gave
Obviously.
birth to them. Yeah.
Amy, go ahead. Sorry.
No, Zammer, I think this is where the problem between creationism, I would just say a natural model, kind of face off, because from our perspective, things have existed far before minds, before we knew anybody. There were single-celled organisms. Well, most of multicellular life doesn't seem to have minds. Single cellular doesn't seem to. And so even before then, there was billions of years that seems to have existed without any minds at all.
Right,
but from
right.
a creationist perspective, it has to be important. It was created very early on. And so I think that is a dichotomy. We don't think that you need to know in the way that you are speaking. We think that conception is an act and it has a time-space label, sometime involving tequila, and then 9 months later, a child comes out.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, just by analyzing, your worldview or your atheistic worldview, it's almost as if existence seems a bit, arbitrary or just irrelevant. I mean, right? It's almost as if it's just it's kind of benign. It's
Can I
benign
interrupt?
to. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because arbitrary means by a mind, that is the exact opposite of what I think me and a lot of people are saying is, or naturalists are saying, is that it doesn't depend on a mind. Is that a rock is a rock on the planet, whether we exist or whether we all got eliminated or didn't exist ever at all, the rock would still be a rock.
I think you're operating under the assumption of evolution kind of, being responsible for kind of organizing life or forming life even. I think that's your presupposition. It's easy to kind of knock down because, again, okay, so do you think that existence is kind of just arbitrary and it's just irrelevant? Because you would have to if you take that approach. Do you kind of see where I'm getting at there?
Interrupt you. That is the exact opposite of what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm saying your definition is arbitrary and ours is objective.
It doesn't seem like it. Why is that the case?
Because yours is dependent on a mind. Literally, that is what arbitrary means, to be based on minds. Another mind has to know. It's to use a word, it's extremely arbitrary. But ours, it is a physical event. You either had sex and a baby is forming and then you have a conception, or it didn't. You can't be like, did this person over to the left, did they not get born? No, they're here. We have a point.
No, of course. Yeah, I know that somewhat makes sense. However, they got here by some sort of by some means, right? So there was kind of like sorry?
Oh no, sure, keep going. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So there was kind of like it was necessary for them to be born just because they were conceived. Does that make sense? And so why were they conceived? Well, they were conceived through the act of their parents having intercourse, right? So there is this line. Sorry.
I keep on doing that. I'm sorry. I'm going to mute again. Indeed.
Great. Yeah. thank you. Thanks. So there is this contingent line, right? And so, you know, we rely heavily upon that, right? So it is just this. It's necessary, right? And so I feel like.
What do you mean by necessary?
Sorry.
What do you mean by necessary?
Right. It's necessary for okay. So for them to be born, their parents had to have intercourse, right? How else would they be born? And so there was kind of like an act, right? Obviously, it was, you know, like a sexual. Well, I'm kind of a bit you know, concerned with kids being in the room, right? So I don't really want to use that language, but yeah, they had intercourse.
Do you know what sleepwalking is?
Yes.
So someone can sleepwalk and have sex with another person while they're sleeping, and so someone can be conceived with no intentions whatsoever.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So I'm not really sure what to say with that case. Really, I'm not aware of people sleepwalking and having, you know,
Literally.
intercourse with other people.
It's a literal
not
thing.
aware of
It's
that.
happened. There are actual court cases about this. Yes.
Right. Interesting. Yeah. I'm not really aware of that. So yeah.
Okay.
Samra, I have a question. Do you think existence is only important when it comes to living beings that have the capability to talk about existence?
Right.
Yes. And not
yeah,
to inanimate?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How?
How? Because they exist necessarily, right? Again,
things existed before you were born, and they were necessary for you to be born. So,
right.
If I'm just going to be really simple about this, there was a bed, which is an inanimate object that existed where your parents conceived you.
Right. Yes.
So if existence isn't important to the bed, then I don't really see your point. I struggle with how you define existence as being important to us and not to anything else.
Right. So So did the beds interact with you know, my father and my mother?
Yes, it held them up.
But it didn't interact with them. They didn't interact. It wasn't involved in the process. That's the difference.
It was, because if it hadn't been, they would have done it on the floor and they wouldn't need a bed.
Yeah, I really don't think you understand what you're saying here.
So,
but, yeah,
do you have intentions?
Maybe that's because I'm still struggling with what you think makes existence important to us and not to inanimate objects.
Because it's making
maybe I'm wording it a little bit difficult. As I said before, English is my third language, so sometimes I struggle a little with trying to get my point out. And this is a point that I've never discussed, and I find it really interesting. So that's why I'm sticking to it.
Great. Yeah, no, I actually feel like existence is, again, it's making a statement, right? Whether that's, you know, and so you could use kind of like different tools to say, like, you know, a pen or a pencil or writing or different forms, right? You know, talking as well and gesturing. You know, there's many forms of making yourself known and kind of expressing yourself, right? Obviously, there might be some sort of inhibition of that. Say if someone has kind of like an issue with any of those things, that's true, but they could find other ways to do it. So maybe, like, I don't know,
if you're hiking and you're not paying really good attention to where you're going, and you kick your feet into a rock that's laying on the floor,
right?
So therefore the rock is making itself known that it's there.
Right. Right. It doesn't make a statement, though. Does it?
Who cares? Why would it need a statement?
Why would a statement be important?
Because it can't choose. There's no choice involved.
Who cares? Why would you need a choice?
But it still exists, and you just interacted with it, and it interacted back with you by hurting your foot.
Right. No, of course.
Maybe I'm not understanding the whole thing, but I'm trying to understand, which is why I'm asking these questions.
Honestly, truth be told, I'm actually trying to understand your point there as well. But yeah.
You don't need
I'd
consciousness.
love to have a lengthy conversation with you on this, if possible. I would really like to have you on my show and flesh this out a bit more. Maybe with someone who better understands it than I do.
Yeah,
I
sure.
find it really interesting that
Thank
you
you.
brought it up.
Great. Thank you. All right.
Well, Zammer, thank you very much. I think X may have had something to say. Go ahead, X.
Yeah, I just want to say, if you do want to discuss with us your reasons for thinking that God exists or why you think creationism is true, by all means, that'd be a great discussion to have. I sent you links to documentaries and videos on the subject of the origin of the God speaks things into existence tradition from other traditions that it was influenced by. And I sent you some stuff on both the Proto-Indo-European and the Babylonian influence. Do you have any questions about any of that stuff? Do you want to know more about that? Because you're interested in like your linguistic analysis of what you think the word or the way we use it means. But it seems like any study of linguistics is going to start with the way that linguistic usage came into being and the context in which it was originally meant at the time.
Right. Yeah, no, of course. I'm not really sure. I'm quite skeptical of any sort of document prior to the Bible, because again, I am
You
a
don't think
Christian.
they existed, right? You don't think
Sorry?
any documents existed prior to the Bible? Is that right?
Well, if you want the truth, I actually feel like God is directly testing us. I feel like that correlates with one of the commandments where you shall have no gods before me. It's almost as if God has kind of laid this framework out for us to choose Him always. And that kind of makes sense as well. But that's a whole nother idea and topic. But yeah.
But the historical, archaeological, and like literary traditions that are discovered through that process, that evidence far precedes all versions of the Bible. And the versions of the story that it uses, that it is most closely associated with, have versions that precede those. There's like a dozen versions before the Babylonian version gets into the Bible. Or sorry, the Akkadian version, because it went through Sumeria, went through Babylon, it went through Akkadia. 3 whole cultures had changed the story around before the Bible version changed it some more, right? We have all the different versions in texts that we have uncovered. So do you just think that all the archaeology is wrong and like radiocarbon dating and other dating methods are all wrong and the world is only 6,000 years old? Is that still your belief?
No, I actually think that's a straw man. I never said it was 6,000 years old, did I? But yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, well, if you want to discuss it sometime, I'd love to do that.
Yeah, perhaps. Great. Okay.
Thank you, Zammer. Appreciate you coming up and presenting your ideas.
All right, then. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Our next guest is Painterly. Hello, Painterly. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I did not realize my hand was still raised.
Oh, that's okay. It's nice to meet you. Did you write in the chat that you recently left religion?
No, I reverted. I was an agnostic theist until very recently.
Oh, and then you got back into it. Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you don't want to talk about it, it's okay. I'm curious, what changed your mind to get back into religion then?
It's gonna sound silly. Actually, no, it's not silly. Really, I've been having a lot of like personal troubles, things like that. And I've been in a Christianity Discord server for a few years now and have built like great relationships in there. And I love learning about religion. That's why I'm in that one. I'm in a few Islamic servers. I'm in a couple other things. I just love studying theology. But with certain things going on in my life very recently, some struggles with addiction, stuff like that, I decided to kind of take up a hobby. Basically.
Well, you know, actually, it's quite a good approach to use when getting rid of an addiction, to replace it with a different hobby or habit. And a mistake I find a lot of people make when they're trying to get rid of an addiction is they don't replace it with something else. Most people need to replace it with something else. So, I think that's a perfectly good approach to kind of keeping that addiction out. And as long as you can probably keep that going for more than 6 months, you will hopefully have no problem never going back to it.
I agree with everything Randolph said. I just had to ask, you didn't say at the very end Wahhabism, did you?
No. A hobby. A hobby.
A hobby. Got
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, the original plan was go to a bunch of different churches, and I did try a few different ones. I still want to go to like a Sikh temple, a mosque, a synagogue, stuff like that. But
got you searching.
Did I miss which religion you have decided that you think you fit into?
Yeah, I've kind of, I vibe with Catholicism. I was baptized Catholic, and I don't know. I had a moment. For me, it's very like personal, very subjective. I'm not one to argue it. Like I'll still find myself arguing on the side of being agnostic because I can't argue that. Like that's arguable.
Is it something you want to investigate? Like, let's just say you don't want to debate it face to face with somebody else, but you want to be able to do your own research and look into the matters, both to know more about the faith if you decide to get more deeply into it, or to know about alternative explanations that might actually be a different way to find the connection or whatever it is that you need that would work better for you. If either of those things are interesting to you to explore, would you like some suggestions for things to look into?
Yeah, I also just really like. I like mythology.
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
I grew up studying every religion basically and practicing a whole bunch of them in a syncretic fashion in a family that was really into religious scholarship. So I relate to that, and I still find it all very interesting to study. I just don't think that most of these claims are true, and I take the genre that the Bible is to be historical fiction. It has so many literary elements that don't coincide with the way we write history, even by the standards of the time, but they do line up with the way that people legendized stories that had a couple elements that were historical into legends that were larger than life. That's my take, and a lot of scholars, in fact, the majority of religious scholars who study the Bible, who are biblical scholars that don't have a true statement that says they must believe in the perfect word of God to have a job or they get fired from their university. The majority of the researchers who study the Bible who don't work somewhere like that think that it is largely historically fictional.
Yeah, and I absolutely, I honestly agree with that as well. It's.
I'd like to give you. I'd like to give you some assurance because you mentioned about agnosticism. You sounded a little bit, I guess, sheepish or shy about bringing that up. One of my friends. Many years ago, we were talking about religion. Most of the time, my friends and I don't talk about to have other things to discuss, but we were kind of getting into some of the terminology and whatnot, and he told me that, because he was curious about why I'm an atheist and stuff, so then I'm asking him, and he said, the conclusion that he came from our conversation is that he is definitely a theist because he believes in the God. He's a Catholic, but he's agnostic. But he's agnostic because he doesn't know for certain that God exists. What I'm trying to say is, it's okay to be both. You can be. There's nothing illogical about having these two different positions. The positions themselves may have some logical issues, but there's no conflict to say that you're agnostic and believing in the God at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like I'll find out when I die. It's kind of what all of us can say.
And I just want to put out there that if you lapsed before, I believe in you. You can lapse again.
I love it. Yeah, because once you're baptized, you're like elapsed. Like you're always Catholic. Once Catholic, always Catholic.
At least in Ireland. If you say you're an atheist in Ireland, they're like, yeah, but are you a Catholic atheist or a Protestant atheist? Because they just care about which side of the conflict you're on.
Right. Well, I don't know if I can do the accent right now. Dang, you got me at a bad time.
Well, we really appreciate you coming up and talking with us for a bit. Thank you very much. Unless there was something else you wanted to ask or cover.
No, thanks guys. It's cool.
It was a pleasure. Okay, so thank you. Have a wonderful day, and we'll bring up our next guest, Taven. Hello, Taven. Maybe Taven is away from the computer. I did notice that Mods Are Losers also was interested in joining us, but they've put their hand down, so they've exited the queue.
I'll DM Taven. He's great.
Okay. Did anybody have any thoughts on... Okay, hello, Taven. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, hey. Yeah, thank you for having me. Hold on. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I just got the whole... I was wondering why you guys were calling me up and I wasn't joining. I don't know why. Yeah.
No problem.
So, well, you might not know this, but I am an atheist. So, well, I mean, I call myself an atheist for all intents and purposes.
Okay.
But recently I've been sort of kind of confused about the terms, right? So, well, I mean, it's a two-part question, really. Would you consider deism to be a kind of theism, or theism to be a kind of, you know, this separate thing, and deism to be this sort of separate thing?
You're almost
I put it on the... I think you were right the first time. Deism I consider to be a subset of theism. It has some specific characteristics about the deities that are unique to it. That either the deity, the god, usually people refer to as a male deity, the god is created everything and then has died off and is no longer involved. Or the other camp that's very common in deism is that the god created everything and just lost interest in us and is on to other things for whatever reason. So that's the thing. There is that belief that there was a deity, so it does qualify, in my view, as theism, and it is still somehow relevant to the current world because the current world is created by this deity.
I think the positions are distinct in the literature. Like, the distinction between deism and theism is whether God intervenes. Theism is usually defined in the literature as God still actively engages. Deism is defined as God does not. And so, you know, a lot of times people use it either way. But I would say in the philosophical and like religious studies literature, that's the distinction.
I agree with that distinction. The common denominator there is that they still both hold that belief in at least one God.
Yeah.
Right, and this is the common sort of response that I get, right? But I've never really understood that distinction, right? Because in my view, you're taking away a property, right? So if you had an object and you added properties to it, you would say, okay, object A, maybe it's an apple, right? You say, okay, you know, it's an apple and it's green, right? And it's got a bite in it or something, right? That's more properties that are added to it, as opposed to not specifying properties, right? So it just seems kind of weird that a lot of literature, or at least in common parlance, I don't know about literature, but at least in common parlance, when people say deist, it automatically means you're a theist. Because in my view, hold on one sec.
Well, while you're holding on, I'll just say the theist could be represented by the apple that's still on the tree, and the deist could be represented by the apple that fell off the tree.
Can I ask you a question?
I didn't understand that analogy at all.
Can I ask you a question? Is a rose a flower?
Yes.
And which one has more properties, a rose or a flower?
The rose.
Right, because the rose is more specific. There's lots more stuff to it, right?
Yeah.
So a flower is just a god of any kind, and a deistic god is a god who does not interact. The deist would be the rose or the flower.
Well, that's presumably what I'm confused about, right? Because
theism proposes a deity, and theism proposes a specific kind of deity. It's more specific.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, right? Because usually when you say you're a theist, right, it's usually some kind of interventionist, right? So you can take it in this way as well, right? So a theist is a god, you know, the creator of the universe, that someone who believes in the creator of the universe that intervenes, that's a property. You wouldn't say the lack of a property, right, is a property, right? So you wouldn't say the lack of intervention is a property unto itself.
Sure,
Deism is a kind of deism in that sense, right? Because deists are defending just that there's a deity creator. Theists are defending that there's a deity creator who also has omnipowers in other ways and uses them. So yeah, they're defending a larger position than the deist is, which is why a lot of theists start with deism first and then try to build up from there, because one includes the other and it's not the other way around.
Yeah, but surely, but that's my point exactly. If you're building up from deism, right?
Yeah.
Then it must mean that theism is a kind of deism, right?
I agree with that, and that's why they do it. But not they're exclusive in their definitions of how they're used. But the position that there is a deity is used as a starting point for an apologist to then claim that their deity is that deity, because they think it gets you halfway there.
So no, I disagree. I think that the technical language, theism applies to any kind of a god. Deism applies to a god that doesn't do something. So like if I say flower is the most primitive. And then if I say a flower with no petals, that's a more specific kind of a flower, right? So a flower with no petals is still a flower. The flower is the more primitive term. So even if it doesn't have something or doesn't do something, that is still a property that is specific to that thing, that is not specific to the entire class of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, so the way I imagine it is, the way I imagine non-interventionist view of God is, God sort of just starts rolling, starts the chain of events, and then just kind of, that's it, right?
Yep.
Intervention would be interrupting the chain of events, which is an active process, right?
Yeah, but that's not what theism
So I don't
is.
think the analogy...
Theism does not mean interventionist. Theism means just God of any kind.
I'm pretty sure, hold on, theism definition, I can just Google this.
Sure.
So if you go to Google and you type in theism, the definition is specifically of a creator who intervenes in the universe.
No, it's
That's
belief
theism.
in the existence of God or gods, especially belief in a God who's the creator of the universe and intervenes. Theism, in the philosophical terms, means specifically any God of any kind. That's theism. It can, especially in most cases, mean a God that intervenes, but that's not the definition philosophically of theism. Philosophically, the definition of theism is any God of any kind. Belief in a God of any kind.
Well, when you say philosophically, who are you citing? Do you just mean like generally in literature?
The academic literature, Phil Survey's paper, or not Phil Survey's paper, philosophy, what is it called? Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
SCP.
Yep.
SCP, okay, all right, hold on, let me... So, well, would you take, well, before we get into the whole SCP thing, right, would you say that the common understanding of theism is the philosophical definition, or the one I presented, the one that's on Google, right?
The one that's on Google says the same thing. It says belief in God or gods, especially one that does stuff.
Yeah. I don't know what you're seeing.
So if you Google theism, the first thing that comes up is dictionary, Oxford Languages, theism, noun, belief in the existence of a god or gods, comma, especially.
Depending on which definition you use, it says, comma, intervening in and sustaining personal relations to his creatures. Like, we could do some research on this to see who's right, but I think that the point is, theism is almost always used with the interventionary kind of God and not the other kind.
That's what I was under the impression as well, right? Because
incorrect. No.
I could be wrong. We could look into it.
Well, the reason I'm saying is I distinctly remember Christopher Hitchens making the distinction. Right? He's him saying you can get yourself all the way to deism, but you can't get yourself to theism. That presumably means there's an added-on property for theism, right?
No, but what is your point here?
And also, I would love it if you'd said anything other than just no.
So that's just not how the words work. The etymology of the words is theism refers to literally any god. Most of history refers to specific gods that do things because of our evolutionary biases. Completely irrelevant to the etymology of the word. Who cares? What is your point about the etymology of the word?
I'm not talking about the etymology of the word. I mean, I'm talking about the usage of the word.
Who cares? Why? What is the point?
Well, I already made the point, which was that I'm confused about whether or not to use the word deist when I'm talking about myself, and whether or not deism is compatible with atheism, which I think it is, which is
What?
my argument.
Wait, what?
right?
Wait, what? You said deism is compatible with atheism?
Yeah.
How? Atheism is the position there is no God.
Yeah. Well, so there's two definitions of atheism, right? One of them is the knowledge version, and the other one is the belief version. Right?
Sure.
If you take the belief version of atheism, so if you say, I'm an atheist in the sense that I don't believe there's a God, right, as opposed to I know there's no God, then I would say that it is compatible with deism for the same reason as to a belief that there's no God does not imply the negation of the existence of God, right?
Sure, but neither does. So, like, if you take the soft atheist position that I have no reason to believe in a God, that's consistent with a God existing. There could be a God who does interact, who is polytheistic and does a whole bunch of stuff. We just can't detect it, and that would be consistent with the soft definition of atheism too. So it would make it would be no distinction there between deism or theism. Both could be consistent with the soft definition of atheism.
Well, what would you call someone who thinks that there's no specific God, right?
What?
Like, I don't
What does
know,
that
like,
mean?
well, when I say specific, I mean like
a pantheist?
No. I shouldn't have said specific. I should have said an interventionist God, right? So someone who thinks there is no interventionist God, but there is probably a non-interventionist God.
Deism.
Would okay.
That's a
right.
deist. Yeah.
In fact, you sound like an agnostic deist.
An agnostic what?
An agnostic deist. So you lack the knowledge, thus the agnostic, but you believe a non-interventionist God.
I don't personally believe in deism. I'm just wondering because I'm confused about the term. Right? I'm a hardcore atheist. Okay. The other point that the other thing I wanted to talk about was and I don't know if you guys have the time for this, but I wanted to discuss like some of the more complicated and cutting edge arguments for God's existence.
Sure.
And whether you think that there are any good refutations for them, right? So
which ones do you think?
One of the arguments. The obvious one would be Gödel's ontological argument, right? So so the modal arguments would be, I would say, is very cutting edge because they rely on principles of logic, right? And they're not purely sort of just wishy-washy stuff like the teleological arguments or anything like that, right? Well, have you guys come across Gödel's argument?
Yes,
or
yeah, have you read Oppie's response to it?
I didn't hear what you said. Oppie's response? Is that what?
Like Graham Oppie is one of the best at steel manning all the different arguments and summarizing the literature on the responses, and some of his
I
books
follow. I'm a big fan of Oppie. Yeah.
Yeah, I know we've talked about Oppie before. So if you've read his response to the argument and how he summarizes the argument, I think he does a pretty good job of it. I can send it to you.
Right. So, sure. I am familiar with his response. I think the conclusion is something along the lines of it doesn't really imply a specific God, right? And I think that's fair. It really doesn't. But when Gödel talks about positive properties in the sense that he talks about in the ontological argument, he means of positive normative force, right? As in, if there is a good action that can be taken, right, or that is taken up, because in his view there is no such thing as possible worlds, then any good action in the world is the cause of God, and the entity that is responsible for that would be called God, right?
So he thinks that the premises of the argument allow you to construct parallel arguments that show the opposite conclusion is true. And it's a mistake in assuming that the inferences follow to only the conclusion that's claimed by Gödel's argument. And it could, because these parallel arguments exist from the same premises that lead to the opposite conclusions, he thinks that the argument is flawed.
I don't remember him saying that. Could you provide a source for this?
Yeah. So like a lot of arguments have something wrong with them that's kind of complicated.
I would agree with.
But they ad absurdum usually is a case where the argument commits you to something that's either the opposite or is just absurd, right?
Right. I would agree that is the case for Plantinga's argument. I don't think that's the case for Gödel's argument. Now, the problem is that Gödel's argument has been verified by computers, right? So it's not something.
It's just valid. It's a valid. But like if I say cats are dogs, dogs are chickens, therefore cats are chickens, that's also valid. So Gödel's argument is valid but not sound because the premise is about essences, about something having all positive properties can't have all negative properties. Those are all assumptions that have no basis in reality. So it's valid, perfectly fine. It has no soundness to it whatsoever. It's not accepted in like pretty much anywhere in philosophy or anywhere in science. It's not a thing that we think is compelling at all.
I don't think it's quite as simple as just saying it's valid or invalid, right? Or that it's valid and it's not sound. Because it's not in propositional or first order logic, it's in higher order modal logic. Right? And there are some formulations specifically that are implemented in, if I remember correctly, type theory, right?
It's
so type theory.
None of that addresses the point that it's still just valid, not sound.
The concept of validity doesn't apply to higher order logics.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
I'm a logician. I've studied this for many years. I don't.
The conclusion can follow from the premises without the premises being true. Yes, it does.
If I say, if I give you, let's say, the law of excluded middle, right? So if I say P or not P, right? So and then I give you, you know, something like a disjunctive syllogism, right? Or something that follows from the principal explosion. You wouldn't say that P or not P is false, right? That's impossible. P or not P is necessarily true.
Right. You just
so the argument must be
which means the same thing as saying it's invalid or unsound.
Are you saying excluded middle is false?
Well, no. But I could. So if one of the things I wanted to do to address the argument to say it was unsound is I could doubt the axiom. I could say, if I say that axiom is false, that is the same as saying that is unsound.
Which axiom do you disagree with?
From Gödel's?
Yeah.
There was a bunch of them. Like most of them are false. Most of them just don't apply to anything. And that's the most common criticism is that axioms you don't need to grant them.
Which one though? Like, can you name one? Or I can just give you a list of the axioms and you can tell me which one is wrong. Sure, I'll just read the natural language version of it because it's easier to understand, right?
If you want, I can read you the summary of the paper that I just sent you, and I posted it in the Heathen Hangout for anybody who wants to read it. It is called Gödelian Ontological Arguments by Grant Oppy. And to summarize, he says, one doesn't need to object to the conception of properties or the modal logic that are part of the premises of the argument. The proof is demonstrably no good, even if these things are accepted. The problem, as with virtually all ontological arguments known to me, to the author of Graham Oppy, lies in the fact that there are parallel arguments which can be constructed, which seem no less acceptable to atheists and agnostics, but whose acceptance leads to absurd results. A template for constructing the parallel argument is as follows. And he gives an argument that relies on all the same assumptions as the original argument. And he says, for each collection of positive properties, which includes necessary existence, there's a being which has exactly those positive properties, which has no other positive properties. Even if there are only n+1 positive properties, that gives us 2 to the n distinct necessarily existent beings. Not a single being, but 2 to the n. Not good for the argument. In order to rule out the parallel argument, one might take the view that any collection of positive properties, which includes necessary existence, entails each of their positive properties. Then anything which has some of the positive properties, including necessary existence, must have them all. And this is a very strong assumption to make. It requires that each of the positive properties is entailed by necessary existence alone, and hence rules out the existence of any necessary being other than the one which has all the positive properties. Those who are inclined to think numbers and or abstracta are necessary extents will not find this acceptable. In other words, like most of philosophy and mathematics as a discipline. In any case, there's still or at least the philosophy of mathematics. And in any case, there's still a problem of implementation. Suppose we add the following axiom to our original collection: nothing, which is axiom 6, nothing which has some positive properties, including necessary existence, fails to be godlike. Then it seems to be there are different kinds of disturbing parallel arguments which can also be generated, etc., etc. In other words, like another example of this is the principle of sufficient reason, which you can use to justify almost any ridiculous argument you like. And there's a hilarious paper that says that the principle of sufficient reason entails trivialism. And it proves trivialism is true on the grounds of the principle of sufficient reason, which should be sufficient reason to abandon sufficient reason as a principle.
Can you tell me where you're reading from? I'm not sure.
I sent you a link to it. It's philarchive.org/archive/OPPGOA-3, and it's in the chat, and I DM'd it. So I think Oppie's right, and I think all ontological arguments have the same problem, right? They're just resting on absurd premises. They are logically valid, but the premises can make other logically valid and equally stupid arguments that all make crazy claims that we know to be false or to be contradictory with the claim of the ontological God argument.
So I feel like, no disrespect to Oppie, right? Obviously, but it feels like he's just sort of giving reductio ad absurdums that are not contradictions, right? So
there is a contradiction because the entailment is that there are more than one being, not a single necessary being. That's a contradiction.
No. I think that's just Oppie failing to understand the proof, right? Well, first off, the reason he fails to understand that proof, right, is because Gödel admits, right, I think in his discussion with Dana Scott, right, that the whole thing about was him failing at proving there was only one God, right? What he was trying to prove was that there are instances of God, right? He calls it the property G, and that God exists across all possible, worlds.
Well, there's
what's interesting,
one God in each possible world.
Yeah, one God in each possible world. But what's interesting is the way he collapses them is that he assumes some. His axioms lead to something called modal collapse, right?
Yes.
So a proposition is necessary. Yeah, there's lots of people that don't have a problem with necessitarianism, and Gödel was one of them, right? He thinks there's only one world, which is, frankly, I don't think it's really a bad thing, right? It's not like it's a contradiction. It's just that there are no contingent truths.
Well,
it's no different.
So it would be contradictory to our current knowledge of physics. That would be a problem.
What about necessitarianism is contradictory to physics?
The consensus that randomness is actually a fundamental force and that it's undetermined.
That's not what physics says. Physics doesn't say that.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Physics might say stuff like there's quantum indeterminacy, but they will never use the word randomness.
They literally do. So there was a poll called Fundamental Attitudes of Quantum Mechanics by Schlosshauser. Literally asked the question. The very first question on the poll is randomness just apparent? Is it a hidden variable? Is it a fundamental part of nature? Is it irreducible? And the consensus among physicists is that it's fundamental and irreducible.
Can you give me that poll?
Yes, it's a snapshot of Fundamental Attitudes in Quantum Mechanics by Schlosshauser. A snapshot
of
fundamental attitudes towards quantum mechanics. I don't know how to spell Schlosshauser, but it should be the first thing that comes up. Schlosshauser, Schlosshauer. Very first question.
Okay, I found it. Schlosshauer. Okay. All right. Okay, this seems like it's a philosophy of physics paper. Not really. Is it surveying physicists?
Yes. The very first question, or second question? No, it's the first question. Is the results. Number 2, results. What is your opinion about the randomness of individual quantum events, such as the decay of radioactive atoms? This randomness is only apparent, 9%. There's a hidden determinism, 0%. Randomness is irreducible, 48%. The randomness is a fundamental concept in nature, 64%.
So obviously the problem here is if you force physicists to answer the question, is randomness a thing, and you don't provide an option, called randomness is not even a thing in physics, then of course they're going to answer the question because there's no options left, right?
Well, that determinism, like if randomness isn't a thing, it's determinism. That's one of the options. It's like the second one.
Right. Yeah, obviously they're just using randomness here as indeterminacy. Right? Randomness. I don't even know what randomness means, but if they just mean indeterminacy or like non-determinism, sure, right? But and that's
the opposite of necessitarianism.
The opposite of necessitarianism would be modality, right? Modal realism.
No. Just say,
yes.
Like, that's one possible alternative, like saying there's multiple worlds, or like modal ontic realism. But like just to say that
multiple worlds is a subset of modal realism.
Yes, but you don't need that. So like in order to reject necessitarianism, you can just say there are random things that happen randomly that are not necessary. It is not necessarily the only way it could be. There are other ways it could be. Whether or not they do happen to occur is irrelevant. But if randomness being an actual fundamental force would debunk necessitarianism because it's not necessary that
there's an easy way to debunk this whole randomness thing, right? Is we know what randomness looks like, right? If you do a probability distribution, right, for random events, what you would expect is a uniform distribution, right? You wouldn't expect a Gaussian distribution. You wouldn't expect like a ZipF distribution. You wouldn't expect a logistic distribution. You would expect a uniform distribution. And that's not what we see when we do like any sort of randomness tests in quantum mechanics. But that's sort of digressing, right?
I don't see why that would be relevant.
I don't.
Like if there's any randomness, if there's any point of it that is indeterministic, whether that affects the probability of it going from 1% to 2%, who cares? If there's any amount of that debunks necessitarianism. It is not necessary that this happens.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that.
So if there is some random percent chance that something happens to any degree, if randomness is a real thing, it doesn't matter how much the randomness affects things. It doesn't need to be exactly 50-50 or perfectly a random nondescript thing. It can be like a 99%, but 1% is some random things happen. But any amount will show necessitarianism is false, because if anything happens to any amount that is non-determined, that is not necessary, it could have been otherwise, necessitarianism is false.
I still don't follow. Can somebody else explain it? I didn't really understand the argument. If anybody else understood the argument, I'd love it if you presented what he said, what Tjum said, in a more. Well, I'm not saying he wasn't clear. Maybe he was. I just didn't really understand it.
Necessitarianism is the metaphysical position that denies mere possibility, right?
I think you might be thinking of modal realism.
Like he's trying to. So you agree necessitarianism is the position that denies mere possibility, right? There's exactly one way the world can be. That's what necessitarianism means.
Yes.
So if there's multiple ways the world can be, necessitarianism is false. There is not exactly one way the world to be.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So if randomness is a thing, then there are multiple ways the world could be, by definition.
Sure. I wouldn't use the word random if I'd use the word non-deterministic, but okay.
Well, those are synonyms, literally synonyms. But so that means necessitarianism is false.
But you haven't proved that non-determinism is a thing.
Well, you're right. I didn't prove it. This is just the consensus among physicists of the evidence. So it would go against the evidence.
The consensus of the physicists is that non-determinism is a thing.
Yes.
I thought it was that local realism wasn't true, not that non-determinism wasn't a thing.
No, the consensus is non-determinism is a thing. There are interpretations like multiverse or something that try to accommodate that, but the consensus is like, yeah, indeterminism is true. It's a real thing.
Okay. I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know if that's actually what physicists hold.
I think if you look this up, Taven, you will find many people making the statement, and you might think that a form of like the Bohm interpretation of quantum mechanics or something like does away with multiple universes or indeterminism or something. But the current consensus is that physicists hold determinism is false. And indeterminacy
No, it's not. I don't think it is, because what they hold is that local realism is false, which is different, right? The whole experiment, the whole experiment, the delectuous quantum eraser experiment, and the whole what's it called, double slit experiment and Bell's inequalities, they're all supposed to disprove local realism. They're not supposed to disprove global realism or non-determinism, right? In fact, we have views like superdeterminism. We have views like
Sean Carroll string theory multiverse is one of these. I agree. The consensus of physicists is that indeterminism and randomness are fundamental forces. That's why I gave you that poll. Yes, there are positions that reject this, that are like superdeterminism. That's not the consensus. The consensus is randomness is real.
Yeah, we're not saying that no physicists hold the position to the contrary. We're saying the majority of the physicists agree with the interpretation that we're talking.
That's a very wild claim. I don't think that's true.
I literally just gave you a poll that says this.
Well, okay. So let me look at the poll. Is it the same poll?
Exact same poll. The second question, there's a questionnaire on it, says, is it irreducible and fundamental? Is randomness irreducible and fundamental? The answer is yes. Or the consensus is.
The second question, is that you said?
Yeah, so the first question, second points. It says 2 next to it.
Do you believe that physical objects have properties well defined prior to an independent measurement? Is that what you said?
No, it's the first question.
Okay, what is your opinion on randomness is irreducible, randomness is fundamental function? Sure, okay. So what you mean is that a lot of people hold to this whole randomness thing, right? That's what you're saying, right?
The consensus of experts, yeah.
Okay, sure.
Are you familiar with how John Bell proposed to determine or test determinism? Yeah, okay. So like that's the view that's accepted by most people. We're not saying you can't make an argument for why you think it's wrong. This question is somewhat underdetermined, but enough people think that it is the consensus. I mean, it's not that interesting to argue about what the majority of people think. We've presented empirical data, but it's like if you just agree with it, you can just make an argument about why you think they're all wrong. But let's move on, Ken.
The problem here is that this paper is sort of asking very leading questions, right? It's asking questions like, the question itself doesn't make any sense, right? What? Like, why would you presuppose randomness? Why not just use the technical term that's used in,
those are synonyms in the field. Those are literally synonyms. It doesn't presuppose anything. The question is very specific. For the experts, indeterminism and randomness are the same thing. The question is what causes the indeterminacy? Is it unknown, or is it literal absolute force of randomness? That's why it's using the word, because indeterminacy
the reason I'm saying they're not the same thing is because if you've taken any formal sort of course on complexity theory or basically anything to do with mathematics, the term non-deterministic means something completely different, right?
I agree. So indeterminacy is just the fact that we can't predict why this is happening. The question is why? Is that actually caused by some hidden variable? Like, is something determining that we just can't see yet? The answer is most people say no. Or is it really the case that they are really, truly, indeterminately random as like a brute fact? And the way to express that in the word is randomness fundamental and irreducible, which is exactly what it asks.
Is randomness fundamental? Which question was that? Question number 2, I guess.
And you understand you understand the conclusion of Bell's experiment, right? Like he measured quantum states of particles emitted by radioactive decay. It's been reproduced many times. Determinism about radioactive decay is not the case, at least. So there's at least one thing which is not deterministic, and it's held by the way the quantum information works and by all the experiments that tell us things about how quantum information can be measured and understood to behave, that it's not just that we don't know, like he said, a hidden variable. It's that it is fundamental to the nature of the thing itself, that there is nothing in it that could determine it. There's no information that is just missing. Information cannot play a role in something like this.
Specifically, only local hidden variables. It doesn't rule out global hidden variables.
Okay, if you could give an example of a global hidden variable, which we have reason to believe exists, that'd be great. I assume you're talking about like C or something like that? Like,
well, I mean, it's called a variable because we don't know what it is, right? That's the whole point of calling it a variable.
Right. But with things like C, we can experimentally determine that it's the case. With things like, the universal constants, we can observe those. They're not hidden. So what is a global hidden variable that you could give me an example of? Or is there an interpretation of quantum mechanics that requires a globally hidden variable that you can point us?
Is there? I'm not a physicist. I'm not going to be able to give you.
Okay, then maybe we
anything.
should move on. Like, we've just tried to summarize the state of the literature. We're not physicists either. Let's move on. Is there anything about this that is important to you with regards to deism?
Well, so I'd just like to, I'd just like to confirm one thing. Right? So would you at least agree that if modal, sorry, not modal, if
modal collapse,
if modal collapse was a thing, right, and necessitarianism was also true, then it would follow that Gödel's theorem is correct.
No, that's only 2 of the 5 axioms, and so even if I accepted those 2, I could still reject the others and lead to an alternative conclusion. Ugh.
And even if I accept all of the premises, I can make absurd conclusions. That's what's wrong with the argument and all the other ontological arguments like it, is that they lead to many different absurd conclusions.
I don't know about that one. Like,
That's RP's response, right?
Yeah, and like I said, I sent it to you. Feel free to read it. We could discuss it if you want.
That's the one with the op GOA, right?
Doesn't Oppie have to change them? He has to invert them. He can't accept the same ones. He has to invert them and have the same essential pattern. But I don't think he accepts all of the axioms.
If I remember correctly, is he citing Gödel's original argument or the computerized version?
I have no idea.
Do we know? Do we know?
I don't know the difference between the two. This isn't my area of expertise, but he
almost
always presents the strongest argument in its most recent form, not just some original version. That's sort of how he does that.
I mean, there's an easy way to verify this, right? When was this paper published?
Hold on a second.
That wouldn't prove it one way or the other.
Have you looked at the link that I sent you?
Yeah, I'm looking at the paper.
Answer these questions.
But I don't see a date on it. That's the thing.
Well, the date wouldn't make a difference. Even if he published it yesterday, it still could be either one that he could be using.
No, I'm saying if it was published before the 2014 paper.
True.
Then there's no way he could have known about the proof, right?
But does it actually say in the paper, and can't you identify from his argument?
1996.
RP publishes in 1996?
Yeah.
Yeah, then there's no way. That's not a response to the computerized version.
Okay, so if you want to tell us about the computerized version and we can research that and talk about it some more, we can do that.
Sure. I'll put a link to the paper in.
Like, I'm happy to look into this more, and we could come back and discuss it once we've had a time to look into it.
The problem is that the paper is fairly technical, right? It goes into like higher order. Unless you're like really familiar with Python.
I'm not a logician, but I have a lot of friends who are. So humor me and just send it to me, and I'll look into it.
It's in Heathen Hangout. I already put it there.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. But it is interesting because you can read about the results in the where was that section? Sorry, the main finding section is sort of the results, right? And they actually provide the code so you can reproduce these results, right? Which is very interesting nonetheless. So some of the critiques of Gödel's original argument do apply, right? What was that guy's name? Sobel? I don't know. Right.
Yeah, so the paper mentions Anderson and Sobel as having replied to it in 87 and 90.
And
Adam in 1995. And what he said is he wanted to draw attention to the objections to their argument. Because what he's trying to do is not like, oh, here's like an easy dunk on atheist bros or theist bros. He's saying, look, these arguments had objections subsequently. here's what I think about those objections to make them even stronger objections. Does that objection work? Right. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just shared that link with our YouTube audience. Thank you for posting that.
Yeah. And so I have my own kind of theories about Gödel. I don't like Gödel personally, right? I think he's a very big tragedy for mathematics. And that's another topic.
Wait,
but,
what?
I do think
mathematician. What are you talking about?
I don't think Gödel's incompetence theorem is true, right? I can get into that later, maybe in a different conversation. Partly because he uses something called a self-reference lemma or the fixed point lemma in his proof, which is a contradiction in itself. I don't think self-reference is allowed in language. The fact that we can do it doesn't mean it's coherent. And I don't think having contradictory liars paradoxes as lemmas in your arguments is very helpful, because that's the weak point of the argument, right? And every version of this argument has propagated down. There's a thing called the Curry-Howard isomorphism, and essentially every version of Gödel's theorems have been propagated downwards, right? So there's the halting problem, which is another one, which also I think is false. Right? Personally, I don't like Gödel, right?
Well, leaving aside the other things that Gödel wrote about, very interesting topic for another show, probably. Would you say that you find Gödel's argument persuasive as like the strongest argument, so you want to defend against the best argument, not the weakest argument? Is that why you're focused on it?
Right, exactly. Yeah, as an atheist,
I think I respect that a lot. Yeah. Yeah,
I want to get the argument as correct as possible. I think even if I don't agree with Gödel on, I do think he's a tragedy for mathematics. I don't think I should be misrepresenting the best that they have to offer, right? And I think Gödel's argument is like the best out there, right? That I've ever seen, and I've looked quite a bit, and this is the best. Plantinga's argument doesn't work because even Richard Dawkins was able to respond to that, right?
Yeah, you don't need a philosophy training to actually. That's something that's not even good philosophy. Right. I have another question. So, when you take these kinds of arguments, like modal ontological arguments, and you debate them, do you ever try to get across to the other person a sort of explanation comparison to an alternative explanation for the origins of things, if they're just skeptical about how things can come about?
I'm not sure I follow.
It may not be relevant to this argument, but in general, like just as someone who's interested in lots of theistic arguments, right? So if you're arguing with a theist, do you only argue internal to their argument, or do you present or make any kind of effort to introduce them to the reasoning, to the alternative explanation to find the best one as to the origins of things?
Well, the reality is I personally don't debate theists that much. I used to, quite a lot. And there's a few videos of me out there debating them even, right? But I wouldn't say I do that anymore. I've sort of realized that personal sort of this personal sort of, I don't know what the word is, personal
conviction.
Personal convictions, environment, all these things play into factor, right? And I don't think just talking to someone will convince them. I'm sure there's lots of people that have done that, but I don't think they're the sole contributor to that. I think even if someone attributes, them being, deconverted or something, right, to someone or some argument, I don't think generally that means that the argument or the person is the reason why they deconverted. And so I generally don't do debates with theists these days. Yeah, I know it's not an answer to your question. Yeah, but if I were to, I probably would do what you said, right? Is maybe a combination of both, right? Like internal consistency check, And if that doesn't work, appeal to other possibilities, right? Empirical evidence and so on.
Yeah, because it's my experience with theists who like to make technical arguments that the reason for being a theist wasn't technical. Like you said, they have some attachment or like meaning associated with it that's separate, that's very hard to budge. And that if you're arguing with them about a given argument and you show them the problems with it, they will come back very soon after with just a different argument or a slight tweak to the argument or more denial about the problems with the argument. But they won't actually have looked into the alternative explanations to the central claims, whether they're ontological or epistemological or whatever, any more than they had before. They're just looking for a different way to justify what they already believe. So it seems like it's incomplete to just debate a theist about their favorite argument without giving, essentially, to be fair, equal time in reverse, where you get to educate them about an alternative explanation, which they can look into more themselves or choose to reject looking into it. But then they're in that position where they're trying to get you to spend time arguing with them, but they're not willing to do any research educating themselves about the alternative view, which they just don't understand well enough to take seriously.
The problem with that is I think we're no different from the theists then, all right? Because the theists also prey on your feelings and your sort of personal convictions, and their entire goal is to guilt trip you into leaving one religion for another, right?
I'm not saying one side doesn't do that. I'm just saying that, like, if the debate is one-sided, like apologists bring argument A, apologists bring argument B, it goes on forever, right? If the goal is to do something like worldview or explanation comparison between which is more reasonable, this view that you're putting forward as your argument that explains everything, or the alternative view, which is how could things have come about in a way that they are skeptical of because they probably don't understand it well. Anyway, that's my view. I wondered if you felt that way. We could move on.
Well, I'm curious to know why he thinks that logical structures like Gödel's or the form of the argument would in any way tell us anything about what exists. Why would you take that form of an argument as an indication of truth in the first place?
Yeah, I could comment on that. The difference between something like very simple propositional logic or first order logic compared to higher order logics or modal logics, well, particularly higher order modal logics, is that, well, as opposed to dealing over very objects, right? So instead of quantifying over objects and dealing with objects themselves, it's dealing with the structure of structures, right? So all the way structures could themselves be the case, right? And if you say that modal collapse is a thing, then what you're saying is everything I say here on out from modal collapse will be true, right? I'm not saying modal collapse is true. I don't know, right? But if you say modal collapse is correct, and the axioms of modal collapse are correct, and every proposition entails a necessary proposition, then it does make sense, right? Because validity goes out the window. An example of this is you can think of higher order modal logic as a fragment of just regular higher order logic, and perhaps even restricted to first order logic in some sense, right? So everything you can do. So if I give you a very simple, syllogism like the Socrates syllogism, right? So I say Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Right? Very simple argument, and that's true. It's a contingent argument, right? If modal collapse were true, then in every possible world where all men are mortal, right? All men are mortal, then Socrates is a man, then Socrates is mortal. But if there's only one possible world, and in that possible world, all men are mortal, then it must necessarily be true. It can't be any other way, right?
Sure.
I would love to go on about. I love talking about logic. I'll never shut up. So I'd rather not take up much of your time.
Well, so my objection here is the synthetic analytic distinction, essentially a priori a posteriori distinction. That given any kind of modal logic, it's true that if there are some fundamental relations, anything that is entailed in those fundamental relations is true if modal collapse is true. But when you try to make an inference from some kind of pattern to some kind of like concrete thing, properties or whatever, that seems to necessarily be arbitrary, analytic synthetic distinction. So where all of these arguments seem to fail is the fact where like Gödel goes from this pattern that he's discovered to this pattern indicates some specific set of properties that seems arbitrary. You can switch out whatever set of properties you want to any other set of properties, is going to be equally as valid. So why do you think his system can tell us anything about real properties in the real world, not just some analytic system he's made up?
That's a very good point. That's entirely possible, right? But in order to do that, you'd have to reject higher order modal logic, which is which is fine. You can reject modal logic. There's nothing wrong with that. But personally, I think modal logic is just another way of formalizing what we already do with first order logic, right?
Well,
When we do
this
first
again,
order
I'm
logic,
granting modal logic. So I'm granting modal logic, saying it's true, but I'm saying there's a point in Gödel's argument where he goes from using modal logic and just the analytic truths, and he skips to some synthetic truths with no basis, just arbitrarily. And this seems to happen in all these cases of these complicated.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Right, yeah. So, so Gödel doesn't deal with, in a sense, some of his axioms are sort of what are called model theoretic, right? So you can think of it as, let's say an object has a finite number of properties, right? And you kind of divide objects into properties, and then he cites Leibniz's law of indiscernibles and such, so on, right? And that's evidence for the fact that he's using some sort of model theory, right? And what model theory does is it takes a way the world could be, right? So a way the world could be structured, right? So instead of identifying what the structure is, there's a proton here, there's an atom here, right, whatever. What he does is he says, I don't know what they are, but I'll assign something called a predicate or property to that thing. And I'll quantify over all properties of that object, right? So I'll say, a very good example of this is I can do analytic reasoning over objects and make inferences about objects, when you would think that you would need to have some sort of synthetic understanding of an object to do reasoning about objects, but you don't. The classic example of this is no two objects can share the same space at the same time, the same coordinates, right? So because that would violate Leibniz's law of indiscernibles, and that's a law of identity, right? And that's an interpretation of the law of identity. And yes, it's purely analytic, but in a way, what it's doing is it's saying, here, if we had something synthetic, here's what synthetic would look like in analytic form, right?
Or let me skip to the end of this. What properties does Gödel say God has?
Gödel specifically says he has moral properties that are moral properties that are positive, right?
What else?
So he says that anything in the universe that results in what we attribute to as morally good, right? So he doesn't specify what they are. He says whatever they are, right? Morally good, right? Morally, well, if it's moral, it's good.
Right, two things there. One is you can reject objective morality, say it's just false. That's one way to reject it. But let's say we grant objective morality. Why can't it be a natural phenomenon with no mind?
Well,
or multiple
a
objects.
natural phenomenon. Well, he's saying it's a necessary existence. That's what he's saying.
Right.
That's what the Gödel's proof is saying. It's not an assumption; it's an inference.
I'm getting that. So, but why can't it be different than an inference? Why can't it be multiple objects? Why can't it be multiple necessary objects? Why can't it be a non-mind object? Where does he get this property of God from?
The property is an assumption, yeah.
So you can just
the property is
out to anything else, right?
No, that's the problem, right? It's a lot. So if you accept morality, right, then one of the problems here is there are things that contribute positively towards morality or negatively towards morality.
I'm a moral realist. I do accept morality.
Okay, great. So if you accept that, then what follows from that is, even if you flip it, right? If you flip it and say, it's the negation of, that, right? So you say, flip that property with the negation of that. Specifically the axiom that he used. Let me just find that axiom. So what he says is, let me read the natural. Axiomatizes the notion of positive property for each property. Psi, either psi or its negation, psi must be positive, right?
I can grant that.
So what he does is he says he basically just does the law of non-contradiction, right? So he says either P or not P, right? So he says either something contributes towards morality positively or it doesn't, right? And that's what he does, and that's the inference that he makes.
I can still grant that. So why does this mean that it's grounded in a mind as opposed to a natural phenomenon?
He doesn't say it's grounded in a mind. He doesn't say that.
Right.
He says it's grounded in a necessity. So what that means is it necessarily exists and is rootable things, right? Whatever that means. And he calls that God.
Right. So we can grant all of God's argument and say there is no God in the typical definition. It's just a law of physics, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be I don't know about law of physics.
That's just a hypothetical example. Don't forget specifically about it. Like a natural phenomenon doesn't need to have a mind.
Sure, I mean you can replace the word God with anything, yeah.
Yeah. So even if we grant God's argument, it doesn't indicate a God in the typical usage of the word at all.
I think it does in the sort of deistic sense, but not in the theistic sense.
Remember, no mind means no deism. Deism has a mind too.
Yeah, you'd be right. Yeah, then you'd be right. But if you're a deist or some sort of a theist that thinks that God is like, I don't know, like a pantheistic version or something, right? That doesn't have a mind. The God is universe or something, right?
Yeah.
Perhaps, I don't know, right?
That would be
but what
equally as
Gödel calls
compatible.
God. Sorry, what?
That would be equally as compatible with Gödel's argument.
That would be equally as compatible with Gödel's. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. There are flaws with Gödel's argument.
My point with that was that this is, if you wanted to try to counter a theist who brought up this argument, that would do it.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. I just don't want people to be using this argument to kind of use it as a stepping stone, right? So they say something like, Gödel's ontological argument holds true. Therefore, let's move on to the next conversation, right? Personally, I think a better, there are some people who focus on the overly technical things like this, but it's also kind of, I don't know what the word is, but it's kind of, a lot of people get scared by the formalism of the argument, I think, and so will turn away from it, right? And I think there needs to be more education on this, and there's a lot of foundations that are promoting this argument, right? And I think the Templeton Foundation even.
I don't think I would agree there. I think as a philosophical concept, any ideology is going to make, as their arguments are debunked, they're going to make their arguments more and more complicated to make it harder to debunk them. And so even if you learn more and more about it, they're just going to make their proofs more and more complicated until you can't. So it's just an infinite regress of saying that as they make them more complicated, you need to become more educated. And that would just lead to infinite attempts to try to be educated and infinite attempts to make it more complicated. I think that's what Ix brought up earlier, that because they're trying to make an argument make God work, they're always just going to add complexity to it to make it harder to understand. And so it's not a justification for having to be educated. It's a justification for their argument's garbage, and they need to make it simpler. Like Einstein's argument that you can't explain it as if you would for a fifth grader, you don't understand it, kind of a thing.
Can I ask a question about that in particular? When you make the claim that the computational one is better and the 96 refutation doesn't work, are you specifically talking about the version that is different than Gödel's original argument, since they found Gödel's original argument had its own inconsistency that was missed by previous philosophers when they did
Yeah.
Okay, so you think the corrected version is the one which is the one that ought be criticized and held up as the steelhead?
Yeah.
Okay, just quickly, what about the ones that try to evade modal collapse? Because there's two other versions that Christians don't like modal collapse, because modal collapse makes punishing you in
Yeah.
hell horrific, right?
Free will.
The Christian evasion versions that deny modal collapse with a modification. Do you care about those? Do you want me to read those? Which version do you want me to look at?
Oh,
Just
so
the slight modification that still entails modal collapse?
yeah. So I have looked into those. I'll link the paper for that. Those have already been debunked. So I'll
Okay,
just.
so a different problem. So you think Dana Scott's version is like the strong version since it was theoretically provable computationally?
Yeah.
As a valid, right? Okay. Okay. So can you summarize? Maybe when we have a chance to talk about this later, we don't have to go into it now. But can you summarize for me so we can have a meaningful discourse what the differences are between Dana's version and the original? I'll look through the paper and figure it out myself, but it would help if you thought about that too.
I haven't looked into the. Sorry. Do you mean the difference between
what did Dana Scott change?
The ones that evade, or the ones that don't?
Forget those since you think those have other problems. Although I want to know what those problems are. If you can send me to something about that. But I want to know what it is that is changed in Dana Scott's. I mean, I'm going to read through this and figure it out. But if you could also look, then we can discuss it, what that difference is. Because we can find out if that difference changes anything about what Oppie said, right? Like, Oppie hasn't I haven't found response by Oppie to this, but that may just be because Oppie doesn't think it significantly differs in any meaningful way from the criticism that he made. So,
I see. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. So if there's like any sort of, if the premise he's changed and he's like criticizing something different, right? Yeah.
I think we could just talk about this offline and go into it in more detail because I do want to study this, and I think you're right that as people trying to steelman theistic arguments, we shouldn't just focus on the goofy ones. We should focus on the strongest one. I want to learn more about this. So thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jump, if you wanted to continue.
All right, then. I think we should let someone else in, right?
Tim, I'll just say thanks for those links. I just shared that link with our YouTube audience as well. So that's great. I hope you found this conversation interesting. Did you have any final thoughts on our conversation today?
Yeah, it was a very interesting conversation. Yeah. It's rare that I get to talk about these kinds of things, right? I mean, even amongst theists, right? It's very rare. I've heard very, very weird arguments, right? Like over the years. And this happens to be one of them, right? And it's rarely brought up, but it is brought up. And the whole theism confusion was also a big problem for me, right? And I think it's sort of changed my perspective on, the whole T-jump saying, the rose example, I think has changed my perspective a little bit, yeah. So thank you to T-jump for that as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, and we can have if you want to have that conversation later sometime, we can have that.
Yeah.
It's pretty late where I am, so.
Yeah, the best I can find in this paper, which mentions what the difference might be, is it says in finding number 5, it says Gödel's original version of the proof, figure 23, omits the conjunct of X in the definition of essence, which is D2, CF D2, so figure D2. It seems inconsistent, the failed inconsistency check for C0 in figure 2. As far as we are aware of, this is a new result. So they're the first ones that pointed this out. And so you think Dana's version fixes C0?
Well, it's not. I don't think the theorem proof was done by Dana. It was done by Christopher and
Paleo.
Bruno.
Yeah, I get that. Bruno Paleo. Yeah, I get that. The question is, what is it that they think the original missed and that the new one changed? So I can understand if that has any impact on what Oppie is saying. So D2, I found D2 in the argument, and I can look at that and then look at the original and see what that is. But it's, as you said, you're a logician, so maybe you can help walk me through it. We can talk about it later.
D2 is an essence of individual properties possessed by it, and necessarily implying any of its properties, right? Yeah. And what was the other one?
They said that's the one that they changed. That Dana seems to have changed because the original has that problem and hers doesn't.
By the way, Taven, go ahead.
No, I think we should have this conversation off of this because there might be some other people.
That doesn't look like there's anybody else wanting to join us, so we're probably going to end pretty soon because we're getting close to the end time anyway. But there is Jack Burton in our audience. He's normally here on the panel with us. He just can't make it on panel today. The next time we have a show like this and he's on, you may find it interesting to talk with him a bit more about deism, since he is a deist. And that can probably give you a bit more insight as well, since you seem to be curious about it.
I do think, we should sort of normalize this idea of you can be a deist and and an atheist kind of thing, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe the common parlance usage of that is wrong.
You could be a non-theist, which is to say, not somebody who believes in an intervening God.
Yeah. But I am personally, I have strong convictions that God doesn't exist to an extent, right? So I'm like 99% sure that God doesn't exist.
I think you're technically right. Like, you can believe there is no evidence of a God. There's no reason to believe in a God, which is the typical atheist definition, and still believe that God exists. So you could be a theist and still believe that. But I don't think that is expressing the point that's trying to be made very well. So you can agree, you can be a theist and believe in God and say, yeah, I agree, there's no evidence of a God. And so you would be agreeing with the soft atheists.
I'm going to call themselves agnostic theists. There's like books by people who say, I am an agnostic theist. Like, I don't claim there's any evidence, but I do think we should believe anyway, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I think that's more respectable, because at least they're being honest.
You know what's weird? I mean, I think you would think that a lot of people would be sort of more inclined to be agnostic theists, right? The religious people. Right?
They want to believe their belief is rational and based on evidence, so that would just go against their ideology.
Not only that, but when we are not agnostic, they'll berate us for it. They will basically say like, oh, you're going to be 100% convinced. Shouldn't you be a little bit more skeptical? But when they come forward and they're like, I 100% know that my God is real. And they're like, no, there's no hypocrisy here.
So I have noticed that there are more religious people who are not certain that their deity exists, but they do believe. And I think this is, so there's more agnosticism among religious demographics. And I think this is largely part due to more education being more accessible to a larger number of people. In many countries, like here in Canada, it is a legal requirement that children have to attend school and become educated and become literate and whatnot. And the reason this kind of laws are put in place is because in the past, people would be having their kids doing work and earning money for the family instead of going to school. So this was a solution. So now all the kids have this entitlement that they need to be attending some kind of schooling and get some kind of education in their early childhood. So I think this is why you see people with more literacy comes more critical thinking and more skepticism, and that's probably a big part of why we see this.
All right. I'm just going to take some time to respond to some of these. Some people are making a big fuss about the fact that I said God was incomplete is false.
Yeah, sure. Feel free. Go ahead.
I think you need to go on.
Go ahead, Ix.
I was just going to say, I think you need to go on the math and physics discords and like get stoned to death for saying that. But that's a different show.
Yeah, I concur. I think that's kind of a ridiculous claim that God was incomplete is wrong. Like, it seems pretty basic. I understand from what you said that you just reject self-referential statements, which would then explain why you don't think it's true, but I don't see why you would reject self-referential statements.
I could go on about that, but this is a different one, right?
Because like that would then invalidate the P and NP problem. It would invalidate the stop P problem. Like, all of those problems are just self-referential problems. It's the same thing, but that's the whole point, is that epistemically, you're going to need to have some kind of self-referential thing of some foundationalism in order to have any kind of rationality. And that's the ultimate problem with knowledge. And most problems in philosophy are just that. And so if you just reject that, like,
I can give a quick answer to this because I don't want to go into like deep length. I can go on for hours, and I've done this for hours, right? The problem, if you take the correspondence theorem, right, then you have this thing called the halting problem, right, which I also think is false. And a way to think about the self-reference problem, or the fixed point lemma, is to think about whether or not there's a program that can run itself, right? I'm not talking about a program that can feed into itself, right? So, like feed its source code into itself, as in take the memory, right, of itself, right? So its own memory, right, its own code, its own abstract syntax tree, and plug it into itself. That's not a thing that happens in reality, right? In fact, that's never a thing that's happened in reality. And what, Alan Turing does is he shows that he takes a program that can take it into itself, which was the faulty assumption. There are programs that can... There's no such program. There isn't such... If you can show me a program that can do that, right, then I will accept the halting problem. And the problem with the halting problem, and there's a consequence of the halting problem called Trachtenberg's theorem, right? Let me just link. I spelled that wrong.
I don't quite understand your objection here. So, like, obviously, a program to run something, like a computer, or say whatever. If you took the programming of a computer and showed it to the computer's not going to do anything with it because the program doesn't tell it to do anything with it. Like, you can't just show it programming and then have it. It has to have some kind of extra system to do something with the program, right?
The issue is what the halting problem is doing is they're saying, so they do something, they prove something called undecidability. Undecidability is this technical term that means a program will never terminate, right?
Yeah.
But what they do is they show that it's worst case undecidable. In fact, undecidability is a worst case property, right? So they say, theoretically, if you had a program that could feed into itself, then we prove that you can derive a contradiction. That means that it's undecidable, right? So what they're showing is that at least one program is undecidable, right?
Yeah.
At least one program that can figure out whether or not a program is going to stop is undecidable. So the halting problem program, right, is undecidable.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that every program is undecidable. In fact, there's lots of programs that we know we can terminate, and we can predict when they're going to terminate, right?
Sure.
And we've proven that.
Yeah.
And so, but here's the problem. Because there's this looming shadow of, oh no, it's like, there's at least one, program that can't be detected whether it will stop or not. It must follow that there are more than one, right? But that makes no sense, right? It's the same thing with the incompleteness theorem, right? Because there's at least one theorem, specifically Peano arithmetic, right, and ZFC, one theory, it must follow that every theory is either incomplete or inconsistent when it comes to Peano arithmetic. I mean, there are certainly lots of mathematics that are consistent and complete, right? But it doesn't follow that because one of them is like this, that everything else is like this.
Well, there's specific statements that can't be answered by a system of logic. So if you have a system of logic, that system of logic will have necessarily some statements that it will not be able to answer. Those questions will either be incomplete or inconsistent to this system. And that's necessarily the case. Like, yes, that's always the case because of examples like the liar's paradox. And so it's not saying that the whole system is flawed. It's saying that there is a specific class of questions that any system will never be able to answer.
A lot of people don't realize this, but before Gödel proved his incompleteness theorems, he proved two consistency proofs, right? So he proved two consistency theorems. they're called the completeness theorems. And the completeness theorems were meant to showcase that logic itself, first order logic, was consistent and complete. And he proved that.
No, he failed.
No, he proved it. I can show you the citations and everything. This is what a lot of people don't realize, right? Is before he proved the incompleteness of mathematics, he proved the completeness of logic, which is somehow overshadowed by the history of mathematics.
Pretty sure Gödel's incomplete theorem applies to logic as well. I'm pretty sure he proved his first theory is wrong, and that's why he did the second theories.
No. He proved the completeness theorems first.
Right,
The completeness theorems were never overturned.
Pretty sure they were.
No, they weren't overturned. So the completeness theorems are about first order logic. The incompleteness theorems are about ZFC, right? They're different things. So if you take ZFC and you apply it to first order logic, ZFC is a set of axioms, right? So if you take these axioms and you say, this is how sets behave, right? And you use first order logic to manipulate these sets and to operations on these sets, then that's the case. Yeah, I understand Bolya, right? Bolya wants to chime in.
What? Is that a guy in the audience?
Anyway, yeah. So there's a guy in the audience, right? He's saying that first order logic can't represent arithmetic, and that's correct. It can't, right? So you can't use logic to create the real numbers or the complex numbers, for instance, right? I don't think you can even construct the irrational numbers, if I remember correctly. So most numbers you can't construct with first order logic. You would need something like ZFC. There are other views of mathematics like Gödel's axioms are another one, right? So Gödel created a few axioms of his own, along with the von Neumann, and those are also sort of like that. I don't remember if they apply to Gödel's axioms. Yeah, FOL can't even construct integers. That sounds correct, yeah. At best, it can do like 1, 2, 3 or something like that, right? Like the natural numbers. And maybe 0.
0 is a concept.
David, do you know Sacco?
Who's that?
Someone I could introduce you to who might be able to get into this. And
is it Seiko? Like the guy in PNR? The PNR? Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. He's the doctor guy, right?
Yeah, he does medical stuff, but he's really into set theory and this type of stuff, yeah.
I've talked to him before. And I presented an argument for, I don't remember what the argument was, but it incorporated the Kolmogorov axioms. And he and Luca got into basically insulting my logic capabilities, right? They were saying this argument is like invalid or something, I don't remember, right? But the irony was that I had taken this and put it into a theorem prover, and it was proved to be consistent. I always do that. I always construct my arguments and put them into theorem provers first before I put it on Discord or YouTube or anywhere.
Nice.
And so I kind of lost respect for them after they did that, instead of verifying.
So I just checked it, and Gödel's completeness theorems do not invalidate Gödel's incompleteness theorems. It still applies. Gödel's incompleteness theorem still applies to even first order logic, because they're talking about two different things. So it's where does it say that?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, they're talking about two different things.
So when you said you brought up the argument that most people don't understand that Gödel did his completeness theorems first. His completeness theorems don't provide an example of a defeater for his incompleteness theorems.
No, they're not defeaters. That's not what I said. I think you might have misheard, right?
Gotcha.
What I said was that people think mathematics is just ZFC, so they think it's calculus. That's all they thought there is to it. The reality is that there's entire branches of mathematics that don't use ZFC, right? Or piano arithmetic, for that matter. So to say that, when people I think it was Vsauce, not Vsauce, Veritasium, put out videos like, oh, mathematics has a fatal flaw. I think that was the title of the video, right? I just get really pissed because, sure, I mean, yeah, ZFC has a fatal flaw, which is a very specific axiomatic system, right? But that's not all of mathematics, right?
Wait, which form of mathematics does not apply to the incomplete term? Because as far as I know, all of them do. ZFC is just an example of one. I don't.
The ones there are the ones based on homotopy type theory. There are ones based on category theory. There are ones based on, if I remember correctly, intuitionistic type theory. Right? There's ones based on calculus of constructions. I can just go on. Right? I can go on forever.
Yeah, but how do those not apply to Gödel's incomplete term? How do those have certain statements that they don't either can't answer or lead to contradictions?
The deductions just don't follow it. That's all I can say. I mean, every theorem has a different reason, right? Every system has a different reason, and it would take forever to explain that. But you can just Google these things. Right? All you'd have to Google is literally, are there any axiomatic systems that avoid Gödel's incompleteness theorem? And you'll see a ton of them.
Well, yeah, I've Googled it before, but the point is that I believe the consensus is that they don't actually solve the problem. Like the success of Gödel's incompleteness theorem is that it does show that all mathematics has this problem, no matter what.
All mathematics that can represent numbers, right? So like standard numbers in the infinitude sense. If you're a finitist, so if you're a mathematical finitist, you don't believe in like limits that tend to infinity and stuff like that, then it's no longer a problem. A lot of theorem provers are based on that, right? Based on, otherwise they wouldn't work, right? They wouldn't terminate. They just keep going on for infinity, right? So, a very classic example of this is modern computers don't assume ZFC. They don't, right? But how are they able to do calculus and all that stuff, right? And the Curry-Howard correspondence, if you take a very simple Haskell program, right? You can prove Haskell programs are equivalent to type lambda calculus, right? And if that's equivalent to type lambda calculus, then it must follow that there is at least one system of mathematics that can represent calculus without appealing to ZFC. That's like a very basic argument, right?
Well, there's lots of other models than ZFC. ZFC is just a collection of like 4 or 5 like assumptions or whatever. You can just get rid of any of those and you have non-ZFC. Like ZFC was like the addition of the universality one or whatever. Like there's tons of other alternatives to ZFC. I don't know why you keep bringing up ZFC. It doesn't matter.
Well, the ZFC is the traditional one that people use when you're taught like a real analysis
but it doesn't matter to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It doesn't care about ZFC. It cares about all mathematical models. ZFC is just an example.
Yeah. But Gödel's incompleteness theorem doesn't apply to all mathematical models.
Yeah,
it just doesn't. It categorically doesn't, as someone who has studied this, right?
So the theorems are widely but not universally interpreted as showing that Hilbert's program to find the complete and consistent set of axioms for all mathematics is impossible. All mathematics.
I think maybe they're talking about it as a whole as opposed to a subdivision of it.
So what Gödel said. So I'll tell you. So ZFZ was originally, if you look at the history of mathematics, it was originally proposed as a formalization for all of mathematics. We now know that was sort of a misconception, right?
Right.
There are tons of mathematics, right? In fact, you can go to Wikipedia and you can search list of statements independent of ZFC, right? The continuum hypothesis is a very good example of this, right? So there are mathematical problems that are independent of ZFC that can't be formulated in ZFC.
Well, forget ZFC. So is there any model of mathematics that is complete and consistent set of axioms for all mathematics?
Of course, yeah, tons of them.
Okay, that's the part I think you're just wrong on. I'm pretty sure you're just factually wrong on that one.
I can just give you one example, right? Semantic tableau, Fish-Style natural deduction, right? Basic logic.
Well, I don't think those do describe all mathematics. I think they describe some interpretations, but I don't think.
No. I think you're confused. There is no theorem of mathematics, foundational mathematics, that describes all of mathematics. There is none.
Right,
Anybody who
it's
claims that
impossible. It can't be. That's the point of Gödel's. There can't be.
no. It's Gödel's incompleteness theorem isn't saying that there can't be.
Yes,
There
it
are
is.
attempts to do so. No, it's not.
That's
It's
literally the point.
It only applies to one version of formalization mathematics. It doesn't apply to all formalizations. There are lots of formalizations of mathematics that claim to have solved the problem, right?
They're subsets, which is why it's saying that mathematics as a whole cannot be entirely consistent with itself. You have to narrow it down to some more limited thing, like true mathematics, which is limited to the P&O numbers and stuff. That's different.
No. There are fields that try to do that. Homotopy type theory being one of them. Homotopy type theory. Homotopy type theory can be reduced to homotopy type theory is something called a univalent foundations of mathematics, right? It takes a field called homotopy and type theory, intuitionistic type theory, and it combines it together. And the attempt is to formalize and show that everything is a consequence of homotopy type theory, right? Homotopy type theory uses category theory, right? It shows that you can build category theory in it. It uses it as kind of like a structure of it. And there's lots and lots of theorems that are proven. It's just that nobody's taken the time to show that every theorem of mathematics, because there's like a million gazillion theorems, right, of mathematics reduces to homotopy type theory, right? That's a very hard thing to do, because you'd have to manually check if every theorem reduces to homotopy type theory. That's a monumental task.
Right. No one would try to do that. What you would try to do is to find there's a single sentence in homotopy type theory that is inconsistent or leads to a contradiction. And once you do that, you've proven Gödel's incompleteness theorem is true.
That's not a thing in type theory.
And I see authors saying, I mean, like I'm not as qualified as you in the subject, but I see authors saying, quote, homotopy type theory suffers from Gödel's incompleteness. It has computably enumerable language and rules of inference. We can formalize arithmetic in it. The authors of the homotopy type theory book were aware of its incompleteness. This was obvious when half of the authors are logicians. But does incompleteness impair it from working? No more than it does any other formal system. The whole issue is a bit misguided. Anyway.
Thank you.
This is definitely beyond the scope of our show.
It might even be. I want to just say one thing, right? It might be the case that homotopy type theory doesn't actually do any of this. That's also possible, right? That's the claim. What I'm saying is there is no theorem of mathematics called all of the mathematical theorems are inconsistent with each other, right? That's not a thing.
Wait, what?
Gödel's incompleteness theorem only says one thing, and that is ZFC and piano arithmetic. And only ZFC and piano arithmetic.
No.
Can't be, is not consistent and complete at the same time.
No, that is incorrect. It has nothing to do with ZFC. It applies to literally just all mathematics. So this is why the homotopy type theory also applies to it. So ZFC is just an example. It is a single thing. It is it's a rose, but to use my flower analogy, Gödel's incompleteness theorem applies to all flowers, all models of mathematics, all of them. Can't do it.
I've worked through Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It's definitely not what that says.
I think this is a different debate, and it's been good having you on, Taven, but we want to have some theist callers able to call in. We don't have much more time, so let's move on.
Bullia wants to come on, and he might have some.
Same topic.
He's a
If it's the
mathematician,
same topic, then it's going to kill the audience. Like this show has
Yeah.
a topic, and we should have that discussion in another venue or in the future. Let's have a discussion of theism of some kind.
Taven, thank you very much for coming on. This was a good long conversation, and we look forward to talking with you again.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah. See you later.
Hey, Bolyai, welcome. And I'm sorry, Taven, I think I hit the button to move you down the audience just a few seconds too early there. I apologize. Thank you very much. Bolyai, welcome. How are you today?
I am pretty good. I was going to talk about Gödel's incompleteness theorem, so if you want to switch topics,
quick question. Do you have anything about theism itself that you could discuss instead? So it's on topic and the audience is with us. What is your position on theism or non-theism? believe God exists?
I'm a theist, but I don't think there's like
Great.
knockdown arguments for it. So I think
That's okay. Do you want to tell us about it?
Sure. I kind of
Sorry if
like
that's not what you were
the.
prepared to do, but if you
Well,
would humor us, I'd just like
No,
to
I
have
can
the
fly by the seat of the pants. I kind of like the I kind of like the Aquinas Aristotle style proofs, but I think that they're only as convincing as like their central metaphysical premise about like existential inertia are. I find existential inertia a little unintuitive, so I find those arguments more appealing. I also kind of like existential proofs about the sort of intellectual satisfaction of like the incarnation, like Kierkegaard gives this kind of argument, which is my PFP. This is sort of a spooky argument. The idea is that there's a lot of kind of antinomies or contradictions in the way that we experience the world. We see imminent things around us, but also transcendent things, like we understand abstract things and universals and that sort of stuff. And so
But Kierkegaard held that God can only be apprehended ultimately through a leap of faith, right?
Well, yeah, his view was like reason. Yeah, he was sort of like faith and reason are like non-overlapping magisteria.
Oh, I
So,
hate
like
that
you could like check all the reason boxes and it wouldn't like commit you to worshiping God or recognizing that God exists. I kind of agree with that. Like I don't think atheists are irrational.
I actually
If we
agree with that too.
are assuming like a minimal version of rationality, yeah.
Could you
Sorry,
give us
go
an
ahead,
example of an argument that you think indicates the existence of God or like increases the probability to any degree whatsoever?
Yeah, the like actualizing one.
Could you give the
like
argument?
there's yeah, I can try to represent it. So it goes something like this. Change happens. Whenever change happens, it's a potential becoming actualized. That can only happen. Potential can only be actualized by something that's already actual. So, like, if a cup of coffee is cold, then it can only be made hot by something that's already hot. It doesn't just make itself hot. That's the kind of intuition. And then this is sort of where the argument moves pretty quickly. You say, so there has to be this kind of sequence going back, not necessarily in time, sort of a sequence going up of actuality that is like allowing for this chain to go forward, and that chain can't go back infinitely, or it's better explained by an unactualized actualizer, and that we call God.
You think that's compatible with the idea of like time being emergent from quantum fields?
Yeah, I think this argument works even if the universe is infinitely old. I don't think it depends on any particular physical features of the world other than the like metaphysical account of what change is in terms of potentials and actuals.
Do you have more questions, Dix?
I felt like I was interrupting you because I get that one. Go ahead.
Okay, so one possible interpretation is potentials and actuals are actual ontological categories, but there's other possible interpretations like potentials and actuals are not. So like there could be this idea of pure actuality could just simply be false. There is no such thing. There is a thing that exists, and that thing that exists has this property of being actual, but there is no such thing as pure actuality. Like there's a thing that exists that could be tall or have mass, but there's no such thing as this concept of pure mass, right? Things have mass. Mass is a property of things, but there's no pure essence of mass. The same thing could be true of actuality. So actuality we have no reason based on this argument to believe there is pure actuality as opposed to it being a property of things that exist, right?
Right, I agree with that. Yeah.
So what reason do we have to believe? Because God is pure actuality. That's the whole point of the conclusion of the argument. But that doesn't seem to follow from the argument because it doesn't just delineate between actuality being a property of things and actuality being the fundamental essence of things, and it doesn't seem that the argument gives us a reason to prefer one over the other.
Yeah, I take your point. I think you could modify the argument to, instead of concluding that there's this like pure actuality, like some form of actuality or something like that, to just say that there's something that is fully actual, that like all of the potentials are actualized. There's no like unactualized potentials. And in that case, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be pure actuality. It would just be like a maximally actual thing, like a thing with the most actuality you could possibly have.
Sure,
So
absolutely.
even if actuality only comes in degrees.
Right. Now, I would just call that reality, of course. And so why do you think that this argument indicates God as opposed to like just materialism or whatever?
Yeah. So I think I might reformulate your question as like, why think that this entity, this like fully actualized actualizer, why think that it has the divine attributes? Is that a fair way to gloss your question?
Sure. Well, what do you mean by divine attributes? By divine attributes, you mean like consciousness?
Omnipotence, omniscience, that sort of stuff. Yeah, so the arguments I've heard here, I mean, this is going to be very hand-wavy. The argument I've heard is like, so omniscience is a good example. You say like, so God doesn't actually, so this entity doesn't necessarily actually have a mind in the way that like we think of humans as a mind, so it's like an analogical property. And the analogy is to intelligence, where what intelligence is where you can like internally have a model of something. You can model something in your head, and that's what it is to like intellectually grasp it. And the analogy for the being of like the fully actualized actualizer is supposed to be that since this thing actualizes all of the patterns that we see, like that means that it has this representation of them because it's like capable of producing them. And that since it can do that for anything, like even like the abstracta, all the universals, all that sort of stuff, that's like the analogy to omniscience.
So it produces stars, right? Suns. Is it a sun?
No, not itself a sun. No.
Right. So it can produce things that it does not itself have.
It can produce things that aren't itself.
Yeah. So like,
yeah, I guess I'm quibbling about what has means there, but yes.
Yeah. So like this idea that it has consciousness or intentionality, maybe consciousness and intentionality are like the star is just a thing that's been produced from whatever the fundamental nature is, but the fundamental nature doesn't seem to require that property for any reason.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think what a lot of like classical theists or a lot of people who argue for classical theism try to say what you're saying, like, oh, God just is conscious. God just has a mind. And I think the conclusion of classical theism, which is all that these arguments ever establish, because they're not arguments from Christians, like Aristotle wasn't a Christian, they establish analogical properties. Like God is omniscient in a way, right? In a way that resembles in some fashion the way that we know things. God knows things. But it's, yeah, I agree with you. Like God is not conscious. God is not like a conscious entity. God is like the ground of consciousness, the ground of being.
Is that different from panpsychism? Like, because the panpsychist is purporting to show that consciousness is some kind of like emergent informational property that even seemingly inert objects like rocks have in the chemistry and the physics that, you know, they carry out information connecting to one another, that whatever consciousness is just a degree from that. It's like a kind of connectedness of information.
Yeah,
So
I guess
what's the difference between
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I would distinguish. I'm going to make an analogy here, and you can tell me if it's fair or not. Panpsychism is to like consciousness as general relativity is to gravity, right? So like the panpsychist thinks like, oh, there's some property that you have, like sort of like mass, that like generates this distortion of space-time, or generates consciousness in that. So if you look at like, it's like a theory about what is the distribution of consciousness, right? So like, oh, here there's like a lot of consciousness, here there's not very much consciousness. And panpsychism is like, oh, this isn't zero anywhere, or there's places where it's not zero that are like counterintuitive. To me, that's like a physics question. That's like an empirical question. That could be different depending on whether the like psychophysical laws or like whatever the laws are that govern like how the distribution of consciousness works. So I don't think that has anything to do with God. That's just like part of the created orders. That's like asking like about gravity. So to me, that's just like one way that reality was provisioned, and it could have been different. So God is like the ground of God is the thing that makes it so that not only can there be such a thing as a distribution of consciousness, but God is also the thing that like maintains like God is keeping it real, so to speak. Like at every instant in time, God is like holding up the unit, like making it continue to be actual, because it's the ground of like, if you take the ground of being out, then you can't be. In the same way that like the analogy is like a singer singing a song. If the singer stops singing, the song doesn't like continue on. It doesn't have its own existential inertia.
Okay.
That's the idea.
So maybe TJump has thoughts on this because he's dealt with this argument more, but it seems to me like the problem you have if you grant that God's so-called mind is just an analogy to our own minds. Like we don't actually know at all what is behind it other than the claim that there's a mechanism that grounds the other things, right? But the God as a mechanism is totally unacceptable to all the theologians that I know of. So the classical theist who's just very minimally arguing for just like philosogod or whatever might be content with that, and say the rest is up for grabs. But that's some bedrock that they think is really important. But is that what you're doing? Are you a classical theist more than are you like a Christian or any kind of particular belief, or are you just classical theist, minimal ground of being kind of guy?
I'll kind of answer those in reverse order. So I am a Christian, but I do think that in terms of like neutral like reason, like just philosophical reasoning, I think that really only gets you as far as classical theism. I think that's where like the arguments are the clearest and the strongest, and they're still not good. Like most philosophical arguments suck and aren't that persuasive unless you already agree with them. So I do think like, sort of like a pyramid, like classical theism, the best arguments. Above that, like Christianity and the incarnation, right? Like, okay, the arguments get like spookier. They're not as convincing. They're not as like provisioned by general reason. You need like experience, or like you have to agree with the way you experience the world. So those are like less convincing. And then on top of that, you maybe have like debates about biblical inerrancy and like how much should we trust the Bible, like doctrines of inspiration. And I think those are like you have like the least confidence in those.
Okay. And do you take there to be a difference between your kind of classical theism and deism?
Yes. Deism. Well, it depends on the form of deism. So there could probably be people who call themselves deists who'd agree with everything I said and say, yeah, like the clockmaker, he still like supports the clock. Versions of deism that say, yeah, classical theism is true, but it doesn't have a mind, it doesn't have this analogical thing, or there is existential inertia, so God like turns on the lights, and then there's like God doesn't play any further role in like being a sustaining cause of the universe.
Yeah, as a Christian, it sounds like you're committed to God being an intervener, but it could just be you're like a cultural Christian who thinks it's actually something like deism, but you like Christianity a lot.
No, I hate cultural Christianity. I think that's really stupid. So to me, like Christianity is much more about existential stuff. How should you live your life? Like, what should like ignite your passion? What should your state of ultimate concern be centered around, right? Like what is like an adequate principle that you organize your life and your activities around? To me, that's like what Christianity takes you like. Classical theism doesn't tell you anything like that. Christianity tells you something.
Do you think that the resurrection of Christ for the salvation, intercessory salvation of our sins to take the place of Second Temple Judaism after the loss of the temple and everything, do you think that is the most important theological thing for all beings to contemplate, and that the resurrection definitely happened? You defend historicity of the resurrection or some minimal fact thing? Like, where are you at?
I mean, I believe that it happened. I don't know that like I mean, I like look at historians, right? If this is like a historical fact, consult the experts. Like the only ones who think it happened are the people who are religious. I don't know. Maybe there's some like reversal of causality. Like if you did
Yeah.
believe it, it would make you
But that's
religious.
not their whole. They're not. Their argument is more than that, right? The argument is not just, well, we didn't believe, so we just don't accept that it happened. The
Yeah.
argument
No,
is,
yeah, I don't
like,
think
the
there's good
evidence is super
historical
weak.
evidence for
The
it.
evidence for fabrication is super strong. The amount of fabrication is what's debated, not whether some things were fabricated. So whether it's a legend or a total myth, etc., is debated. And most people side with legend as opposed to complete myth. Like there's some Jesus probably, but almost all the historical claims about him are so dubious that we all know almost nothing that's really defendable about him that's reliable. That's the general consensus of scholarship, right? It's like a muddy, it's a muddy mess. It's a muddy mess of some guy, but we're not sure who.
Yeah, and it sounds like you probably know more about it than I do. I will say that I'm familiar with a little bit with the like historical Jesus debate, and from what I know, you're representing it correctly. That like, people kind of abandon the like the Christ myth theory.
It's not abandoned. It's just it's the weaker position. But there are still a lot of
minority
arguments.
Position. Yeah.
Like, and if you watch something like Myth Vision, the YouTube channel, like it started with interest in the mythicist position, but half the people that they interview are Christians or legendists, partial mythicists, like Bart Ehrman and like New Testament scholars that are Christians, Catholics are part of their expert. So they don't just only have on their own people, so to speak, because they think that these are
Bart
all.
Ehrman is not a Christian.
Yeah, but he is a historian.
Sorry, I thought you were folding them in, but yeah, he's on there.
Like Ehrman debates Carrier, or no, he won't debate Carrier, I should say, but he debated other mythicists. So the point is, there is a debate about the degree of fabrication and like fictionalization among
I
scholarship.
think a lot of that. Yeah, I think my response to that is to just point out that a lot of what you consider reasonable is going to be based on your background beliefs about like how plausible are miracles, how plausible is this sort of thing, and that like if you have independent reason to believe in God or a God who's an intervener, that could like change the Bayesian calculus. I'll just say that.
Okay, but do you think that you are acquainted with enough priors to have a good Bayesian calculus if you don't research the historicity part?
I'm not like an expert in the field. No, I mean I have my belief, but it's not like a 95% like, oh, I'm William Lane Craig. I'm gonna give you a number that is like I put a number on. I think those arguments are like very dubious.
Okay, so if you did more research and you came to the conclusion that the case for the historical Christ depicted in the Gospels being the actual story of whatever figure existed was weak, would you just lapse to being a classical theist at that point or something like that?
Was pro toto weak? That like taking everything and all my background belief and all the other independent reasons I have that might bear on the situation? Yeah, if pro toto, the incarnation, like I have very little reason to believe the incarnation or insufficient reason to believe the incarnation happened, then I wouldn't believe. I mean, I hope I wouldn't believe that the incarnation happened, and I'd like modify. Like I wouldn't think of myself as a Christian anymore.
Interesting. Like if you want to discuss that any further, we could. I don't want to like force us down that track if that's not what you want to talk about. But I mean, I could give you.
I did want to kind of go back to something you had said earlier, which was about classical theism and like whether this would kind of be scandalous to modern theologians, and it might be scandalous to some of them. Like I think Plantinga had a problem with like divine simplicity, but like analytical Thomists argue this way. Christian existentialists argue this way. Like famously, Paul Tillich gave like the ground of being, and he was accused by like all the fundamentalists of being an atheist or a pantheist or panentheist or whatever. So I think there are like prominent theologians who will say things that I have said. I think there's like orthodox going back in time. Like I think this is pretty similar to what Aquinas said, because he was a little bit of like an apophatic, like we don't know univocal truths about God. We only know negative truths or analogical ones. So I do think that I think if you ask like plucked a Christian off the street or a pastor off the street and told them what I'm saying, they'd be scandalized. But I don't think that like the considered theologians, it's probably not a majority. I don't know if it's a majority view anymore, but I think I've got like smart guys on my side.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to say that no theologian believes in classical theism. I was trying to say that most theologians are arguing from a position of not just being a deist, because they're in the field because they're Christians, right?
Yeah,
that's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah.
Yep. So like this is kind of like, maybe you picked this up in an earlier question if you were listening before, but I kind of like I would like to do a trade when a Christian brings to me an argument about the existence of God. I'd like to do a trade on like the historicity, which might seem like orthogonal, because like historicity should have nothing to do with whether the classical God exists or not in principle, right? But I'm interested in something that's one step closer to what I think is right for whoever I'm talking. So would you be interested in debating, like, or discussing, giving me an assigned reading, or all of us as a group, to have a future, because you seem really interesting to talk to and quite well read and stuff. Would you like to discuss like a theological argument for the existence of God, and also some historical point about the historicity of the Bible?
Like a quid pro quo here.
Yeah, like a tradesies.
Yeah. I can do a tradesies. I'm like my area of specialty is definitely like mathematics and data science, and not so much philosophy. But so I don't know if I'll tell anyone here or say anything that people here haven't heard before. But I'll say I'll get back to you on that in terms of providing you a reading. I have to like, I don't want to like waste people's times with things. So I think if I can find a good selection, I'll definitely get to you. But if you have a recommendation for me, I'd be glad to hear it.
Awesome. I'd love to chat about that.
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to go back to the original argument you're making about
actualization
stuff? Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a plan going forward to have another conversation on these topics. Thank you very much for joining us, Bolyai Lobachevsky. I hope I got that right.
You are literally the first person I've ever heard get that right the first time. This is very impressive.
I'm looking at the words and trying to pronounce it out, so I'm very glad that worked out. Thank you. Okay, that's great. Well, we'll see you again soon then. Have a great day.
Yep, thanks for the time.
All right, I saw Duke was interested in joining us there. I'm not sure, Duke, if you'd like to join us, feel free to come on up. Otherwise, I guess we'll be wrapping up the show soon. Hello, Duke. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Oh, not too bad. My question's for T-Jump. It's about his religion.
I think you mean his church. Yeah, it doesn't have to be technically a religion in a sense of the word.
Sure, it's a religion. I'm fine with that. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
So there's a lot of, sexual abuse allegations in other religions. How would your religion confront that?
Pedo priests are bad. They've committed crimes and they should go to jail.
So I think what Duke's getting at is possibly policy and stuff like that. And I can tell you, like with Canadian atheists, people have asked this kind of question to us as well. Very few people have asked, but of course, if somebody in our organization was caught doing that, they'd be out of the organization. If it was an investigation, they would be kind of like, it would be like a desk job kind of thing. They wouldn't be involved, but they'd be on kind of hold until the investigation came out. Definitely full cooperation with law enforcement is the way to go, and I suspect T-Jump would probably be quite along these lines as well. Full participation with law enforcement to make sure the correct thing happens and justice is served. None of this kind of hiding people from the jurisdictional reach of the law and stuff like the Catholic Church is unfortunately known for.
What Randolph said.
Yeah, makes sense. So just full transparency in their own hands, just like tackling the issue head on.
Yeah. If somebody commits a crime, they go to prison.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
But,
firstly, if the courts find them guilty, yes.
Yeah, it's just one of the biggest things I see that religion gets wrong, that it gets a bad rap on, is how it deals with those situations.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm sure there are many small religious institutions out there that aren't doing what the Catholic Church did with such bad handling of this situation. What is really horrible, though, is that it is happening and that it is being covered up so widely, and that is actually quite sickening and extremely disappointing, because with the Catholic Church presenting itself as the moral example that everybody should follow, and then trying to cover up people like George Pell and other clergy, thousands of them around the world, receiving these accusations and trying to investigate it internally instead of cooperating with law enforcement in the countries that they're in. That to me is a very bad sign. It shows hypocrisy at the very least.
So yeah, pretty simple solution to a relatively big problem then.
Well, yeah, it is a straightforward solution, I would say, because law enforcement has the tools to investigate these things, and there are legal processes in countries like the USA and Canada and other countries that are civilized and modern as well, that have really generally quite good legal systems that are aimed around not trying to make life worse for victims. And so, yeah, working with these systems that are here in place makes the most sense, because the police do have the tools and are specialized or have access to the right specialists to make sure these things are investigated properly. Whereas the church, it's obviously not their specialization to check on this. The Catholic Church, for example, like a lot of Christian and Islamic attitudes in particular, are very much about punishment and not believing. For example, if we look at Islam, there's a systemic problem where women are worth half as much as a man, and when it comes to testimony in their legal systems, the women are at a huge disadvantage. It's a very strong bias against them, and so that is recipe for more of these kinds of problems in the future, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that makes sense and pretty much answers my question. I have just one more question, and that is
so I wanted to mention a few other things. One is we're going to use security cameras as much as possible where any adults and children are, so that we can have any recordings on any premises related to the church where children are, to protect them. So we're going to have security footage as much as possible in all spaces to make sure that they're treated properly. Secondly, we have it written into the bylaws that child abuse is immoral and you shouldn't do it. So it's literally the morality that this is bad, don't do it.
Well, there you go. All right. Well,
sorry, what was your next question? Go ahead.
All right. So the biggest reason why, as a Christian, I was hesitant to leave my faith was because of fear of nihilism. I was, afraid of death, and I was afraid that I would lose all hope and meaning if I became an atheist, or if I left my faith. And in general, I was wondering what coping mechanisms or teachings would TJump's church use to approach that.
Well, I'm a moral realist. I believe there is objective meaning and purpose in the universe. You don't need a God for that.
And if you're looking to, and I'll add to that, if you're looking for some ideas on this, there's a great channel run by my friend Neil, the 604 Atheist. I'll put the link into Discord shortly. He runs deconversion stories, and he's been interviewing people about how and why they've left their religions, and everybody seems to have a very different story. He has over 300 videos of these interviews now, and he's what I've gathered from that, because I've never been religious myself, is something I didn't know but learned from watching it, is that each person, when they leave a religion, it's not necessarily an all or nothing proposition. For many people, they will, for example, stop believing in their God, but they will still fear hell for another couple of years or however long it takes. And all these different factors, that's just two, but these different factors for a lot of people can take different amounts of time to resolve and get past. Hopefully that series will be of interest to you. I'll send the link onto Discord, and I'll send you a private message with it as well.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. I was just wondering if his religion had like any like tenets or like teachings that goes along with the idea that there's a objective morality or objective meaning, or maybe if you can elaborate more on that.
And
Nope,
after he
nothing at all.
answers, I want to have a response to the nihilism.
Okay, absolutely nothing. You're completely free. It's entirely up to you to make these moral determinations for
Were you
yourself.
asking
Now,
about my position or Randolph's?
myself personally, I do recommend that it's a good idea to try to get along with people in your society. So, of course, abiding by local laws and being a meaningful participant in society, you'll get a lot further in life, obviously. But, of course, you're not shackled to some deity that has some mysterious ideas on what morality should be, that it's okay to order a father to kill his own son or things like that. There's nothing like that in atheism. It's completely a blank slate. It's up to you. You're free.
Were you asking about my church or Randolph's position here?
Oh, I was asking about T-Jump's church, actually.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Jump.
No, not a problem. We have objective morality. There is absolutely an objective, correct moral system. It's the one I have on my YouTube channel. There's a whole bunch of videos on it. What was your question specifically?
Just elaborating to see if, or wanting you to elaborate to see if there's any like tenets.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In your religion, like about absolutely not.
Oh yes, there absolutely is. So
there absolutely is.
Yeah. I'm filing for 501c3 tax exemption, and I had to write an entire thing about all the tenets of the religion. And so my belief is that objective morality exists, that it is a force of nature. This is a faith-based belief. We don't have any evidence for this yet. I make predictions that we'll hopefully have evidence in the future, and that this objective morality is that any involuntary imposition of will is immoral. And so the morally perfect world is a world where it would be impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. And the main tenet of the church is that we're trying to make the world closer to the morally perfect world as much as possible. And the way that we do that primarily is by trying to reduce the amount of involuntary impositions of will. And the best way to do that pragmatically is by lowering the cost of living. And we can do that by providing affordable housing. So the main tenet is we're trying to get closer to the best of all possible worlds, which is a world where it's impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. And those are the primary tenets of the religion.
I see.
Is that because people, when they have to work to get the money, then end up doing jobs that they really don't want to be doing?
Yes,
like
that would be
just to exist.
Yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. But I'd say spending the money in ways they don't want to is actually itself an immoral thing. So having to spend money on living, on housing is immoral. Having to spend money on food, healthcare is immoral.
But if they have these baseline needs taken care of, then all the things that they have to do will be voluntary decision.
Yeah, more of them will, for sure.
Yeah. Another thing just to dive into is I know, T-Jump's obviously not like a psychologist or anything like that, but like how would you deal with people coping with the idea that our time here on Earth is finite, and once they're gone, they're gone.
So you know what, you asked him, but I do have an answer to that, and that was what I wanted to talk about. But he asked you. I'm handing it back over to you, teacher.
Yeah, a quick answer for that one. We can just posit there's a heaven, so there's no logical contradiction with atheism and heaven. Like we could literally be in the Matrix and wake up, and there's an afterlife. It's possible that the universe has a way to maintain souls or consciousness, and so it's equally as likely, and there is equally as much evidence for a heaven under atheism as there is under theism.
Would that be like a simulationist heaven where like your software gets, saved to the happy place in the computer?
Well, that's one of literally infinitely many possibilities. So literally we could have a soul, like karma kind of a thing, and your soul can go around and persist outside of your body. And that's possible under atheism. You don't need a god for that. So literally the possibility of a heaven under atheism is exactly the same for the possibility of heaven under a god. There's no evidential difference between the two.
I agree with that.
That is one thing I did think about.
Before you go on, I just want to answer your nihilism, how to deal with that. And I want to quote the director of John Wick 4, who said, when they were thinking about how they made the movie, The theme was a good death comes from a good life. And so I would like to push you in alternatives than a deity by fiat giving you direction in life. And I would say look towards things like your family, books, charity. Three things, they could be any three things, but these become kind of what is important to you in life, and you find your meaning. And as I was saying to, I think, the person earlier with depression, not just going from a kitten, but just say to your family. I know many people who say they live for their family. It's why they wake up every day, and they couldn't think of wanting anything else to live for, though we all have our hobbies, we all have our story. And so my answer to you, to the nihilistic question, but on all of the Googleplex of years and the heat death of the universe and all of that stuff, we have our lives. We are people with friends, family, and our community, and there's a lot to live for.
Right. Yeah, that's a definitely good way of seeing it. One thing my friend and I were talking about is that there's this false dichotomy of where you either believe in, the Christian God or some sort of God, or it's just complete nihilism and philosophical naturalism. Like those are the only two possibilities, but obviously there's a lot more nuance.
Oh yeah, like
There's
even,
also
even under naturalism, you can still have an afterlife. Like your consciousness, whatever the process of your brain is that produces that, can still be maintained in multiple different ways through quantum mechanics. That it's possible. We don't have any evidence to believe it, but it's just as possible as God creating a heaven. So I think the thing that gives me the most comfort is to know that as a Christian, I believed in a heaven. And the evidence for that heaven is exactly the same for the evidence for just any of the other heavens you could make up under naturalism. And so there's no more reason or justification to believe in a heaven under Christianity as there is under naturalism. And so you have equally as much justification to believe in heaven as a naturalist as you do as a theist.
Interesting.
There's also like even theist positions or pseudo-theist positions, like Stoicism has a kind of a vague like pantheist version of God or something. But the Stoicist position on meaning of life doesn't depend on God telling you what it is. That's not their conception, even though they have a concept of God in the origins of Stoicism. So just because you even believe in a God does not mean that the belief in that God guarantees that you should be satisfied by the so-called God-given meaning of life. And I mean, a lot of people who are atheists and have organized philosophies, like many sort of neo-Stoics who aren't theistic, Buddhists of many kinds, take a lot of things to be very
Like
meaningful
narrative, which I think
and have profound observations to support why they think those are things are meaningful. And many people find those sources of meaning to be more satisfactory than the claim that meaning is just a thing that God has the power to assert.
Right.
Much like it's the same. Like you could be a theist who believes in the Bible, but not be a divine command theory meta-ethicist. You could think that goodness is not just whatever God says, because there's some silly implications of that lead to absurdums, right? You could be a theist and still think good has to mean something other than just whatever God says it is.
Yeah, it makes sense. Kind of goes into the, what is it called? Euthyphro dilemma. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah. And the question I think one ought to ask about a question like how do I make my life meaningful, figure out what's meaningful to me, is if you're going to conduct that search, are you going to do it experimentally, which is to say to try things out? Or are you just going to expect to be able to like a priori, like just look at things and identify from some principles what the meaning is? And I don't think people historically have actually succeeded with that. Maybe a few people have, but the actual meaningful things that people say are meaningful to them when they're surveyed on this kind of stuff are things that they've tried doing. So you have to be an experimentalist about life, I think, to discover what is the most meaning creating and impactful to you.
Thank you, Duke.
Whether that
makes
be
sense.
physical exercise or Instagram model.
I hope I hope we've answered your questions.
You have. Thank you.
It was great talking with you. Feel free to join us again. We have one more guest here coming up, Hung Like Tic Tac. Welcome, Hung Like Tic Tacs. That's an interesting name. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Doing well. I guess I think I requested to speak a while ago. We were kind of on this topic of omniscience, and basically I pasted one of my questions in the chat that was kind of aimed towards the theist, but in brief, it's this idea of like omniscience cannot coexist with omnipotence, since if a god knows what will happen tomorrow, said god will be unable to change it without invalidating its knowledge. If this god retains the power to change what will happen tomorrow, then it cannot know with exact certainty what will happen tomorrow. My point being is that, omniscience and omnipotence cannot coexist. They're contradictory.
That is a paradox, and I've given an example for this to help people with it, but from the other end, the resulting end. So what I'll usually explain is that if this omniscient God knows that tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather in my neighborhood and at my home, and then tomorrow rolls along and they use their omnipotence to change the weather to snow and rain all day, then they have invalidated their omniscience from the day before. So I agree with you. This is a paradox. It is a problem, and it is one of the reasons I think that we can reasonably discount the Christian God and the Islamic God, because they both have, according to all their followers, many of their followers, both of these characteristics of omniscience and omnipotence.
That's why it's been raining over at your place, Randolph. We can hear it.
Yeah, we do have rain. I don't know what the prediction was yesterday, but 'cause I didn't find out. I didn't ask any theists.
You didn't ask God. See, that's what you need to do.
Well, I would have to ask theists because they seem to have the wireless connection that I lack there.
You should pray for good weather, Randolph. We all know this.
Okay, so it seems like there's not any theists left in the chat as far as I can hear. But
I think they all ran away.
Okay, fair enough. So I guess one of my arguments that I liked, the last argument I stated, it didn't sound necessarily novel. It sounded like you've heard this before, you've thought through this before. I'm not bringing anything new to the table. One argument I like to bring to the table that's usually unique is this idea of questioning the idea of the paradigm that God set up for us. So in essence, I'd ask, do you believe in free will? Does God allow for free will? And
there's a version of this called open theism, which is a minority position amongst some theist theologians, which says that because of God wanting us to have free will and freedom, he allows us to thwart him and to summarize it, the omnipotent, he chose to invite us to freely collaborate with him in governing and developing creation, allowing us the freedom to thwart his hopes for us. God desires that we freely enter a loving personal relationship with him, and is therefore left it open for us to choose. So it's like saying that, maybe God doesn't even know the future because he chooses not to, because he has no intention of intervening. So it's pointless for him to contemplate something that he's not going to change because of his choice to let us do whatever we want in a way that he's choosing not to have any foreknowledge that would cause him to interact or change it about, basically.
Can I say one more thing about the previous topic, the paradox topic? Yep. It's not a novel topic, but in my experience, it is really hard to get theists to grasp this particular topic because they haven't thought about it at all.
Well, the usual response from theists is to place God outside of time, but it's pure nonsense. When an entity is proven to be self-contradictory, creating a realm wherein self-contradictions are valid doesn't solve the problem. If you tell me a square circle cannot exist, and then I create an imaginary realm where square circles can exist, we're not at an impasse.
I agree.
You just abandoned a reality, rationality, and my sanity most of the time.
Yeah, and I just said that because you said it's not a novel topic. I think it's a topic that we should bring up a little bit more in order to make people think about their position. is one of the tools that will actually do that.
I said that in the context of reading the room. You basically affirmed what I said, restated it in a different, better way, and so I realized I wasn't bringing something novel to the table here. So I wanted
That's
to kind
okay.
of switch gears.
I just wanted to say it's okay to bring it up because there might be theists watching, and maybe now start thinking about it. So I'm more than happy to entertain the idea, even if it's not a novel idea.
If you want to find a thinker who's written a lot from the open theist perspective as a Christian theologian, I would check out Van Inwagen. Much like with Oppie, I know a lot of atheists who respect Van Inwagen as a philosopher for being mostly good at philosophy. But I think it's telling that the best, or some of the best philosopher, theologian Christians feel compelled to accept open theism, even though it contradicts, according to other Christians, most theological doctrines, and throws into disarray their status. They're basically heretics amongst Orthodox Christians who don't accept open theism. People like I can't remember the names of the people who've argued with him, but there's been other Christian, almost all apologists disagree with Van Inwagen and theists about this. It's a huge scandal to admit that this has any validity or could be called Christian at all, and so on. I would look into open theism.
Unlike TikToks, I'm curious. Are you a theist or not?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, yeah, that's I was starting to suspect that from the beginning. So, thank you very much for joining us. Did you have anything else you wanted to cover before we close down the show?
Okay, one last thing. So,
sure.
Jumping off this idea of free will, most theists will, at least, I was raised Christian. Most of the Christians that I've surrounded myself with that have argue for this idea that God lets you have free will. But they also recognize the idea of an unforgivable sin. So it's not like you have free will, totality, but God's still holding you to a standard, and one of those standards might be this idea of the unforgivable sin, which, as I understand it, is like blasphemy and worshiping another god before the real God, blah blah blah. I try to argue from a totally different perspective, which is, even if God were real, which I'm an atheist, I don't think that he is. I'm not agnostic at all. Even if God were to exist, it's not a God I would want to worship. So if I were a mugger and I put a gun to your head and I said, "Give me your money," the act of you taking your right hand, putting it in your back pocket, and handing me over your wallet, is that an act of free will? No, it's coerced. You don't have a choice. While you could, pull out, put your hand in your back pocket, pull out your hand and flip me the bird. That, sure, you have free will in that context, but in essence, you are being coerced into handing me over your wallet. It is not representative of free will. And in the same sense, God puts us on this earth and threatens us with a fate worse than death, fire, brimstone, eternal hell, blah, blah, blah. This is, and he says, love me, worship me. And if you worship someone else above me or don't, face a fate worse than death. I think that this analogy between the mugger in you and God in you is not so dissimilar.
Yeah, it's good that you emphasize the coercive part. We do still have the freedom to choose whether or not to comply, but I think most people would feel that they don't have an option, and so that is a very good observation on your part.
I sent you some links to SEP and IEP and others on open theism, so you can kind of understand what the Christian attempt to respond to this line of argument is.
Cool, I see him.
Unlike TikToks, what an interesting name. But thank you very much for coming here and joining us and raising these questions. They are questions that do come up a fair bit in the conversations. Even Christopher Hitchens had some stuff to say about free will, and he pointed out one of the ridiculous aspects of it, where people are claiming that free will was given to us, and he sees that as a contradiction. And I kind of agree with him on that, because it sounds like there's some limiter behind it that's mysterious with all this stuff, and that just doesn't work for me. I favor the idea of free will. I don't want to turn down determinism, because I think there's a lot of validity in that as well. I just can't rule out free will, and that's where I'm at. So I would say I'm biased toward there being free will.
And I just want to point out that that is probably my maiden name. Lovely to see another.
Well, Hung Like Tic Tacs, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Did anybody have any final thoughts before we proceeded? Did you want to start, Peter?
I had one question. I just got that on Twitter regarding your channel. Your chat is set to subscriber only mode. That might be something that you want to look in changing that, because people want to watch your channel and then maybe subscribe. They could entertain all of us in chat.
Look at it. Maybe this kind of stuff you could mention after the show, because what are your thoughts about today's show?
Bit disappointed that we didn't have as much theists as we usually do, because those are the conversations I enjoy more. Not that big on the philosophy that we had today, but as always, it's still great to be part of this group. So I'm looking forward to the next one, and in about half an hour, I'll be setting up to reading the Book of Mormon to cleanse my palate, and that's going to be on Ra's channel. If anyone wants to hop over and join us there.
Fantastic. T-Jump, what are your thoughts about today's show?
I agree with Peter. Because Taco wasn't here, he didn't do the advertising, so we just didn't get any PFs. It's Taco's fault.
Taco does a lot of hard work.
He does a lot of hard work. He's unavailable today due to family commitments. But we're hoping that we'll have to run next time.
I'll say it out loud. # blame Taco.
Yep.
Taco will appreciate that.
# blame Nexon.
Well, Ix, why don't we segue into your final thoughts on today's show?
I did enjoy hearing from Taven, because I think we got like really deep into the math stuff and the logic stuff that was from the get-go off topic, and I think we could do better if we discuss our strategy for kind of like shepherding things more towards the topic and having the most productive kind of conversational flow. But I do think what Taven was doing is admirable, and I recommend it, and I try to do more of that myself, which is look at the strongest versions of arguments, not the weakest ones, and then try talking to people who you think are the best arguers about it, not the most annoying and easily dismissed ones. So hopefully we can all do that on both sides. And like I said to the caller about the biblical historicity stuff, it's like, hey, if someone wants to discuss something with you and you're like, oh man, that sounds like so much work, I don't want to put the effort into like knowing about this weird modal logic stuff that they're into arguing with me about. You can always offer a trade. Hey, I'll spend some time introducing you to something that I think you should think about if they'll do the same for you. It's a fun thing to try out.
Thank you, Ix. Amy, what are your final thoughts?
I thought it was another fun stream. I just want to point out that most God definitions that we come across, especially with so many Abrahamic believers, tend to be tied to a mind, and I do not think the truth is correlated to such mind. Tag arguments just always seem to be manipulating change, or at least that's how it came off in this conversation, because there is a difference between a movement that an intentional organism makes, or if they decide to actually make a change in their life. Both things taking spatial time, and then just laws, the laws of physics, where we have things like gravity, and where an actual explanation like quantum fluctuations would fit into that later category. I guess I'll just end my subjects on that. We don't need to go into a nihilistic thought set. There were some people that said they were going through personal stuff as well. And I think what is extremely important from a non-God worldview is that we understand as mortal beings, at least that's where all the empirical lies so far, is that we need to live this life the best that we could, do good things to people, and not have to expect that we're going to have a chance again to ask forgiveness or get forgiveness. Go out and really make connections to people right now. I do want to thank the entire panel, even Taco from far away, and I hope that you guys and gals all like, follow, and subscribe.
Thank you, Amy. Those are important thoughts and important ideas to promote. So we have an important thing to note here is that we are going to be changing the schedule of this program. Taco and I were discussing it because both of us have a lot of family commitments, and it has been quite a lot of work for everybody because it does take quite a lot of time. So we're going to transition over to a monthly schedule, and we'll be on the first Sunday of every month doing this instead of fortnightly every 2 weeks. And I remind people that you can find more information about our show, the Theist Helpline, on the website at www.theisthelpline.com. The schedule will be updated later today, and we hope that you want to share this program with others so that others may join in and participate, and hopefully we can learn more things every new episode. I know T-Jump and X in particular bring a lot to this, a lot of educational content to these conversations, and everybody's contributions, including all our audience, are always greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, again, Taco couldn't be here today due to family commitments, but he will be in for the next one is what's expected. And again, a special thank you goes to our sponsors, the Politics Discord at www.politics.gg www.discord.gg/politics, and then also Canadian Atheists, an organization that I run at www.canadianatheists.ca. And if you go into the hosts section of the, or about us section of the theisthelpline.com website, you'll find links to all our channels there. There was a lot of discussion about T-Jump's atheist church organization, which looks very promising for the future of humanity, in my opinion. The link to that is also in there, and you can find out more on that. It's a noble effort, and I highly encourage it, and I'm highly optimistic about it. Thank you, everyone, for being here today and participating. We really appreciate everybody's time and effort. Have a great day.
Thanks.